I'm fucking muted. Hi! Fuck. No, but I'm blind. Oh, no, I'm not. Hello! I'm alive! Hi! I'm alive! I'm alive! Hello! I'm alive, I'm alive. Is Greg alive? Yes. Greg is still alive and thriving. Greg has done mitosis again and is now 2 people again. So there's that, you know. Hi, Cinnamon. Uni here. Congrats on your first. Hi, Naughty Boy. Hi, Rod. Hi, Shiro. Hi, Stein. Hi, Mandalore. Hi, Korean. Hi, Bag. Hi, Cupcake. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Onyx. Hello, Frame. Hello, Librarian. Hi, Bjerg. Hello, Wimpex. Hello, Saku. Hi, Mike. Hi, Bunny. Hi, Kendall. Hi, Darkshield. Hi, Foxy. Hi, JJ. Good. Hi, Andy. Hi, Bananas. Hi, Resurrect. Congrats on the 45. Hi, Milkers. Hi, John. Hi, Tactical. So big congrats on the 70. Guess what? What? Good butt. Oh, thank you for reminding me about the timer. I always forget about it. We have bonus gifted subs today, but disclaimer, they start in 2 hours. They don't start yet. 2 hours. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Bonus gifted subs start. I didn't know there was like a specific time for it, but I guess there is. It's your birthday! Holy moly, wait, let me drink some coffee and I will give you your automaton song. Okay. We tried this new like hazelnut flavor milk and it's really nice in the coffee. Alright, listen to this. Oh wait, hold up, Blobbies need to speak first. Blobbies? Oh shit, the fucking program for Blobbies closed. Can we refund that? I was wondering what fucking closed on its own when I closed my other program, something else closed and I didn't figure it out what it was. Alright. Alright, listen to this. Alright. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. And Eileen is looking at me with the most disgusted face. You know, it's the thought that counts, you know, it's not about the performance itself. You know. Hi, Dimitri. Hi out there. Hello, Ildarian as well. Stweak. Stweak! Grizzle the 25! Streaking it! Oh my god, double! Grizzle the 25, Manny. Grizzle the 265, Dimitri. Ole mole. Ooh. Thank you for seal ties. Thank you. Hi, Undead. Hello. I want to finish the... Well, I don't know if I can finish it because according to the game, according to the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃 game, when I look on my Steam, I have like 10 hours in the game. But then when I look like the in-game timer for it, it says like 8 hours. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why didn't that work? Oh shit! Because my fucking Twitch token. I mean, the slap was there, so you just slap me without a cheese. And slap me with your hand. My Twitch token had expired. Hold up. I forgot. Squeak. Squeak! There we go. Now it's connected. It's only valid for like 2 months, and then after 2 months you gotta like reconnect it.
Holy moly!
We finally got it! The last alert! Wow! Holy moly! Oh, the girl's on 85 is Sora, but that's 740! Holy fuck. But I would like to try to finish the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃, because I really like the game. Yes, I like the game, therefore I want it to end. Make it make sense. This coffee is gonna wake me up. But safe to say, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 is a very addicting game, and once you get into it, you don't get out of it type shit, because, it's been a few late nights with 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 on our community server. I'm not gonna lie. It is really fucking good. It is really fucking good. Hi, Koi. Hi, Airhead. Anyways. Honestly, I fucking hate Greg. I've grown to hate Greg because I don't like taking care of him anymore. I wanna like give him up for adoption, but I can't. So I'm stuck taking care of him. Greg. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah! You can't hear Blubbins? I heard everything. What the fuck do you mean? Blubbins!
No, no, no!
Why are you dead?
Squeak.
Pog online poggers.
Alright, well that works. Alright, but I love Scuff. It's beautiful, and it's been 3 Scuff today so far. First of all, Blubbin's program wasn't even open. And second of all, my Twitch token had run out, so I need to log in and verify that again. And third of all, Blubbins wasn't even fucking heard, so... Went from 6 streams to 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6-7. Dude, I feel like 6-7 is a dead meme by now, right? I know they made 6-7 chicken nuggets, but I don't know if anyone actually gonna buy that. Like, go out of their way to buy 6-7 chicken nuggets. Don't stop caring for it. No, don't worry. I'm not gonna let him die, but it's fucking annoying. This is how parents must feel when you're annoying. When you're annoying as a kid, this is how they must feel. Next quest we ruined 6-7. Yeah, true. By all like the millennials and Gen Zers and everything, doing the 6-7 thing, they kind of like got tired of it, I think. Sheesh. There was gonna be a short today, right? But it got copyright claimed because of the visuals in it. So if I post it, it's not gonna be able to be shown to anybody in the world. It's blocked globally. So I don't know if there's gonna be a short today. We finally cringed. They doubled down. When they double down, we double down on using it, and suddenly, boom, death. True. You know what? No matter how fun I'm having in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 tonight, I am not gonna play for long. No short today? Okay, okay. Hello, Trad. Blame Hoodwinked, guys, because Hoodwinked fucking was like, no, you can't show any fucking visuals from the movie in your short. So sad. I gotta show a really funny moment from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 yesterday, though. Hold up. Actually, you know what's really funny about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Basically, Koi had asked, like, where are all our chickens and stuff? And then Eileen goes into admin mode and, like, checks their chicken coop or hutch, and every single chicken is dead inside. It's important to clean the hutch, guys. Hi, Lemons. I need to spawn from the darkness behind me. Eileen was also showcasing your guys' fucking horde that you have to take care of and that you dived in. Eileen, you did close the server, right? Alright. I love this freaking seal. Oh, thank you, Lemons. So a figure woke up from me. That would scare the shit out of me, actually. Alright, hold up. Let me pull up the clip. Let me pull up the receipts. I'm pulling up the receipts right now. Alright, let's do this. Alright, give me a second. I have to open my door. Me banning cat eyes? No, do not do that! It's already dark enough! Alright, look at this. So basically, these bunnies that Eileen just ran over were bunnies we let out and to be free because we couldn't take care of them and there's no one else to take care of them, and they were just multiplying inside the fucking, you know, cage, right? So Eileen accidentally ran them over. She ran over the mom, which is the most important part, because if the mom isn't there, then the baby bunnies can't get fed unless someone manually feeds them. So this is what happened.
You just killed their mom! They're doomed, Eileen! They're doomed!
And she doubles down and runs over the other ones! Cause she's like, well, mercy then.
I mean, it would be
There's one left!
half dead and
Wait, oh yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna pick it up. Oh, he's looking out for his mom! No! He's like, Pappy! He's looking for his mom!
It's gonna be like in Baldur's
Eileen, no!
The
Eileen!
mom.
Get in! I was gonna pick up the lone survivor. But then I did find another one that I did pick up. That was also
Left behind, and now I called him or her sole survivor. Who's the sole survivor of the massacre. You sent me that clip, I have an idea, sure. Oh, dude, my heart, my soul. My heart, my soul. My heart, my soul. Yeah, you joined stream to witness bunny genocide. Yeah, no. Alright, let me send it over in. I'll send it in 𝗙𝗃 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗀 chat. How about that? Boom, it is sent. Alright. I'm gonna launch the game. Also, hello, Brad. Also, hi, Buffy. Hello. Hi, Kaylee. Hi, Jared. Get everyone. Hello? Hello? Robbins, can you be up here, please? Holy fuck. Holy moly. Alright, Tail, get down with you. Thank you, thank you. I don't think we have that much left of the game. I don't know. I have no idea because I haven't watched it or anything, but. Alright. Give me a second though, I'm gonna go get my watch and everything. Yeah. Killer Giant Sea Monster yet? No, I have not. But it's getting, the story's getting funky. Hello! Hi, Mari. Hello. Hi, Gigi. Make me feel la 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 la. Hi, Joke. Hi, Zazzle. Hi, Kookam. Where did Jenny go? She went on a break. Hi, 𝗙𝗶𝗊. What's up? Did you and Kaz manage to reach Ascent 7 yesterday? Ascent 8, my bad. Ascent 8. 8! We got stuck on the mesa. Oof. Dude, I can't imagine how fucking hard it is on Ascent 8. Alright, everyone ready? Strap in, strap on. Also, I did paint my nails yesterday. Look, I did the yellow with the pink glitter. So they became like summer nails. Yeah. I have piss nails. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Piss nails, piss nails, oh, piss nails. Piss nails! Purple or violet fade on yellow? Oh, true. Actually, not a bad idea. We gonna match your nails? Yeah. 𝗙𝗶𝗴 coming strong. So I don't know where the fuck we left off. Oh yeah, right. We're in the other part of the city now. I remember. Hello? Or we're at like a fishing dock. Oh yeah, right, we're at the ferries! Look! As a big boat. By the way, I'm gonna say it again. The bonus gifted sub starts at 7 my time, so in 2 hours approximately. It is a note. It is not active right now. It'll tell you like an indication when it's active, basically. And then you can gamba square, because you gamba with the wheel and you gamba with the subs. Hi, Phillips. Oh, Phillips, you probably missed it because you were one of the ones that talked about it yesterday. But I got the piss nails. I got the piss nails with the pink glitter. It's kind of hard to see that it's pink glitter on it, but there is pink glitter on the tips. I promise. Nej. Nej. Yeah. Very cute.
I'm fucking your dad!
Yeah!
𝗙𝗵𝗪 has resubbed for 10 months with message
I'm
freaky.
fucking your dad!
10 months on the freak train. 𝗙𝗵𝗪's fearless, chilling with the unhinged seal and the world's softest bottom, Jenny. Thanks for not running away yet. Let's keep it freaky, D-Gens. Seal tax still due, by the way.
Thank you so much. For the 10 months, Linksy. Thank you, thank you. Wait, let me see. How much are we on the wheel now? 6.96. Wait, 6.969. Wait. What the fuck? Hi, Vashti. Dude, my feet are freezing so much.
No, but they went inside.
Why are they freezing so fucking much? Way you make me feel, the way you turn me on. Holy fucking buttholes!
Maui Eric says, thoughts on the numerical enigma that is 69? Nice. Legendary number, big
Nice.
comedy, universally understood by Deechins and seals alike. Almost as rare as Jenny getting a win. If we hit 69 gifted subs tonight, I'll actually behave. For like, 2 minutes.
You heard it here, folks. Did you save that mermaid? Yes, we did end up saving the mermaid and delivered it to the guy who was gonna translate our book. And he said he'll end up using her to feed the worms. So, I don't know if she's still alive.
Please. That must be where the eye is.
Are they alive? We need to get them out of the way.
Ew! Why are they fucking throbbing butt? Ah! Oh my god, 𝗙𝗆 Why are they throbbing buttholes? You feel me? No, I'm not hearing you out, Koi. Stop it. Don't put your pee-pee in the starfish. Hello, 𝗙𝗆. What was that? Why not? Because you'll get disease or something. You get a disease. Way you make me feel. What the fuck?
I don't think that was a slither.
Hi, how you doing, 𝗙𝗆? You guys ready to see maybe the end of this game? Guess what I have? What? You gonna say sushi? There's more of them! More buttholes, guys!
Another one.
Don't stick your butt. No, wait. Don't stick your dick in the button on the wall. It is bad for your dick. Probably.
Look, what's on the table?
Ooh, we have pizza. Laden yar. What is that? Who left their yar up in the open, huh? Who left their yar in the open? Stand back, I'll take care of all the alien buttholes. Be our guest, Joe. Come on. So I need to empty my inventory because it is very full and it is not nice. Like every time I get new inventory space in this game, literally, ew, I hate how we look on the map. Why do they look like that on the map? Ugh. Hi, Manly. How you doing? There are buttholes on the map. Where's the safe room? I gotta go all the way back for the safe room. No, but every time I get new inventory space, it fills up immediately. It's so ass, actually. Jag har Manly spruten! How do I get back? Oh fuck, I gotta... Okay. Even more shit here. Are you kidding me? Ah! When I think of Manly, I think of 𝗙𝗆. I'm sure it's saying 𝗙𝗆 sometimes. Because of you, I think. 𝗙𝗆, 𝗙𝗆.
Some kind of barrier. I wonder what it's protecting.
Your mom. 𝗙𝗆 Gangnam Style. Ba 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 da da ba 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 da da. Whoop whoop. I can't get back. Are you kidding me? It's blocked? I'm just locked out. Well, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit because there's items everywhere and I can't pick them up. Way you make me feel, the way you turn me on. Go, 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 Calvin, come on, you can be who you wanna be. What do I do? Please never call Onyx a DILF ever again, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think I need to get this yar, but issue is... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... It stinks when you hold it, not with pain, but memory. Aw, shit! I missed! Help! Oh fuck, he evolved!
That was close.
They have freaky fucking tentacles, that's what they do. Did I open the starfish with this thing? Ew! Why did I insert it like that? Use jars responsibly. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hold the fuck up. Starfish are there for a reason. Look indoors. The linears make the starfish open. Recharge them on the electric table when they're out of juice. Alright. So I gotta bring it with me. Oh, but it closes the door. Nah, say something. What's up? What up? I said what in my butt. I said what in my butt. I said what in my butt. Yeah. Who's there? Such a big place.
That's fishy.
Oh,
Haha.
Calvin.
Haha. That was a typical fucking Leon line right there. Can I make the fedora larger if I already do Scuffy? I mean, I need to manually put the hat on Scuffy, but I could. I could. Oh, fucking hell, this is big! Oh, I get overwhelmed. I'm gonna explode. I forgot. Oh.
𝗙𝗆 says, who is taller, Jenny or Scuffy? Scuffy stands taller, but only because Jenny's permanently hunched from streamer shame. Plus, Scuffy doesn't have to carry me or a channel on her back. So yeah, Scuffy for the win. Jenny still gets height points for emotional damage. The
thing is though, I feel like Scuffy could be like one of those Pokemons. You're like, oh, that's tiny and cute. And then you look up the actual height of that Pokemon and it's just like, oh, 3 meters tall. Never mind. Squeak. Holy shit. Congratulations on the fishies. Congrats on the 35 as well. I'm a cute pudding. The way you make me feel. Yup. Ah! What the fuck is a meter? What the hell? What the hell? Make me feel. The fuck were you? Hey! Hola. A book about the game. Wait, really? That's kind of cool. Not right now, 𝗙𝗆. It turns on at 7 p.m. our time, so in 1.5 hours. Be patient.
Be patient.
It'll give you a prompt on the screen whenever it's on. Well, not on the screen, but it'll be like at the top of the chat box or something. It'll show. No, don't worry about it. I'd rather inform than someone getting scammed. Scuffy. Was it Thursday today? No, Kami, shut the fuck up. Now you're just being dumb. They watch me and they're all playing their parts in the theater. Okay. What fucking creature is it? It's gonna introduce a new creature. It's gonna introduce a new creature. Yeah. Reminds me of like Jurassic Park or some shit. Oh. You know the kitchen scene in Jurassic Park where they have to hide from the Velociraptor? That's how I feel right now. Oh, let's go, 𝗙𝗆. I really appreciate it. I'm happy for you. Not for that reason, but I'm happy for you. Hi, 𝗙𝗆. What's up? I'd watch the Scuffy lore video. It's good, isn't it? Hello, 𝗙𝗆. Nice to meet you. Hi, 𝗙𝗆. Yes, hello. Hi, Smuggle. Hope you're doing good. More buttholes. Bolt cutters, dude. Can I please get more inventory space? Hi, everybody. Can I hit that gritty? Oh, enjoy. I love that fucking cooking noise or whatever you call it. When I cook my balls in your face. Ooh. Did you get all the jars from Harcourt's farmer's shop on 2nd floor? Shot I was a magic singing trick. Alright, got it. Sucking on my titties, my titties. Hi, Goki. Hope you're doing good today. Oh shit, it's one of those. fucking die, bitch! Let's go! Oh, I can now fix the bolted doors like this one. Well. There's a safe room. Oh my god, I'm so happy right now. You don't have any idea how happy I am. Because I can finally fucking get rid of the shit I've had on me. Oh! Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Mary gets so happy every time I say hi. Yeah, of course. Duh. Why wouldn't I be happy? Only have one, so it doesn't fucking matter. Heedless. And then we have new evidence, so we might be able to connect some evidence. Let's see. The way you turn me. Hey, I did it! I just noticed how easy it is to connect evidence. You just have to look at the symbol on the evidence itself. And I could have guessed that. But I just tried to connect them by not looking at that. Alright, let's unlock one more thing. Hi, Alderson. There we go. Now I've unlocked intermediate. Inflict a little more harm upon creatures when they're close to you. Recover noticeably more from your healing items. Gain noticeably more ammunition while when crafting. That's really good. I gotta save up 10 to unlock the third slot as well. Look how many fucking items I've left everywhere because I haven't had space to pick them up. Aye! What'd you get? Okay, the last one is in this corner. Oh yeah, shit! I was gonna put on the fedora on the Scuffy, wasn't I? I'll put it on for the next Scuffy redeem. Hold up. Oh. Like this? Oh. Yep. There's another place I haven't gone to either. Oh, Kami! Kami! I'm a DJ. Tips my hat. Hello. I love how everyone's assuming Koi's just going to bed. They don't want you here, Koi. Nope, nope, nope. Chemicals. I'm gonna wait until Jenny boots up for someone and stay up until like 9 AM. Damn, you don't have any work tomorrow? Oh hell yeah! Long fucking weekend. Are you happy? No. One second. I didn't know you could do that. You can do like... I didn't know you can have transitions for showing and hiding stuff. Look, if I hide this, I now have it set to fade. So it goes away like smoothly. Wait, I didn't know you could do that. I just found out. What is this then? Oh, okay. That looks so nice. What is this? Yo! We got fucking PowerPoint. Yo! Wait, that's cool as fuck! I didn't know you could do that! It looks so much smoother than just disappearing, you know? Holy moly. Which one do you guys prefer? Do you prefer like... Wait, there's even barn door, bro. This fucking barn door, bro! Wait, there's a clock. There's a cloud. Wait, let me check the cloud. Yo, wait, what? Well, the thing is, I was looking at a way to maybe like link my capture card. Like when I click it, it'll disappear on when I hide it, it will hide it for the vertical stream as well. But then I just saw that there's a hide transition, there's a show transition. It does, right, Koya? Yeah, the cloud is nice. Okay, this is cloud, then we have curtain, we have
The
spiral.
Russian Frost says, ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing evolution of a streamer. Evolution? More like a glitch in the timeline, gens. Next stage is when Jenny grows gills and finally keeps up with me. Until then, your only witness is my blubber-fueled greatness.
This one is called Burst. Ooh!
Streaking it.
Yo! You guys on a 190 cookie, holy shit. That one is called Burst. Circles. Ew, I hate that one. This is a clock? Oh, that makes sense. Also a... Well, the cloud one is nice. It's like, boom. What if I do cloud for show as well? Wait, let's try cloud for showing. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Oh, that looks kind of cool, doesn't it? Should we keep the cloud one? Or should we just do normal fade? Should we keep the cloud one or should we...
Yes.
How about this? For the hide one? For the hide one, we just do normal fade. So like this, look. 1, 2, 3. And then when it shows back up, it's just like... That's kind of cool! Sorry. You're so cute over the smallest things. Shut up. Shut up.
So cute.
I'm getting attacked. And it finds the thing is, I know of, like transition effects from scene to scene like this, right? Like when I go to, well, let's say chatting like this, you know, like that transition. I have the little stinger there of me running. But I didn't know you could do it for specific sources, like when you hide them and stuff, like just like, You know? Whoa! It is cool though, I'm not gonna lie, that is cool. Isn't it cool? I think it's cool. Can I just do a quick Google? You can't say no to that. Hold up. Thank you, thank you. Can you link source visibility on Hollow Knight character Nakon? Yes, dude. Dude, when I really love a game, anything about it will make me so fucking happy. Okay, so there is a way I can do this, and I'm gonna try it out quickly. Hi, Rose. Seen cavemen discover fire? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, bro. It's fucking lit, mate. It's fucking lit. I'm sorry. You've already eaten dinner? How fast do you eat? What the fuck? What did you eat though? Did you eat good food? I've eaten processed sour cream with banana today. That's what I've eaten. Oh yeah, fuck, I have coffee to drink. No, it's cold! Fuck, I'll drink it anyway because I want the energy in my body. I want the energy in my body. Alright, iced coffee. I mean, it's iced coffee without the ice, so just cold coffee. Uh... Give me a moment, please. I'm trying to make my life easier because apparently there is a way you can hide vertical sources with a button as well. But am I dumb? Don't answer that. Hi, Sanso. Okay, okay, I see that fucking smile still though. Okay, I found it. I found it! Okay, I got it. What? I don't know what the Eldritch feats are. I don't know if you can buy like costumes or stuff in game with it. Because I've gotten so many. Oh, is it like achievements? I think it is achievement. I might have just figured it out and I'm really happy. Alright, I can now continue the game. Alright, let's go. Where we at? What we doing? We need to go into the warehouse. That's what we need to do. I'm so bad at remembering directions in games, so whenever that's why I open maps so often, because I don't remember where I'm going. Ew, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's just one. Okay, never mind. One behind me. There's two. Ow. Disgusting piece of shit. Please die. He went into the fucking cold storage. I'm not going after him. Okay, thank you. Okay. What am I grabbing the hand wheel for, though? Cheetah. Final eye key. No, fish eye key. I could put it on there, okay? There we go. Holy shit! Mikey Jackson! Keeping the snowflakey in the auction room. Right.
𝗙𝗏_Machine24 says, wait, is this that famous Danish/Arabic goth VTuber 𝗙𝗆𝗶𝗶?
What the fuck?
Nah, wrong universe. I'm 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 please.
Excuse
Just
me?
Blubber. Sorry, Star Machine. Jonkey wishes he had my vibes.
Alright, with this fucking cap. Fuck, there's many of them! I gotta go. Ah, it's a dead end! Because Blubbins learns from you guys. That's why. If you don't want Blubbins to say it anymore, then tell him not to say it anymore. Like, it's a person, technically. Hello, Star. There's a bunch of starfish on the wall here, by the way. Yeah, fine, Eileen. The pork rind? Oh. Ah, they're okay.
You hear that?
I wish I hadn't.
Okay. Hi 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗀, how you doing? What? It's gonna be a boss fight. You know it's gonna be a boss fight.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Wow.
And my brother cleaned the yard with high pressure water cleaner. Ooh, you play Power Wash Simulator, hell yeah.
We left that jar somewhere around here, didn't we?
Yeah! Now I get the jar! Oh hell no. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. I got one starfish lock here though. Where's that? Oh wait, no, that's the one I just took it off of. We're gonna charge it? Versus shitting? How? How? Whoa, 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 whoa. Aha, I'm dumb. Okay, cool. Good to know. I was like, why isn't my new hotkey thing working? Oh, because I pressed the wrong button. I'm very smart, thank you. Give me a moment. I was first shit then. No, it's hard to explain, but I am pressing Control-Shift-8 and then it's showing up as Control-Shift-9 and it's fucking with my brain. Holy fuck, I figured it out! Ah! I figured it out! Okay, so I've been complaining about, I've been complaining, okay, so I am streaming vertically now as well, right? Like for people on phone, you can watch it vertically and it looks nicer, I don't fucking know. Anyways, the only reason I haven't done that so far is because you cannot you cannot automatically hide, sources and stuff. Because, it's like a separate plugin, so it doesn't connect to it. Well, anyways, I figured out a way so I can hide the source easily with my stream deck, so I can now easily do it. And that's fucking awesome. So instead of having to manually click on it, to hide it, I can just press my stream deck and that way I won't forget about it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay. You're vertical on both streams? The fuck you mean? Well, anyways, it's stupid, but the vertical and the horizontal don't really sync up when it comes to hiding stuff. And if you accidentally dox yourself and you really want to quickly hide the source, like the screen, then you can't really do that with the vertical. That's why I've refrained from using it. But now that I can... Okay. Horizontal Jenny, what do you want me to stream like this? Yeah. Hi! Wait, look, I can be professional. Hello everybody, watching the horizontal Jenny. Alright, let's game then. Hi! You guys can see I normally see Jenny all the day. Wow, you see me horizontally? You mean Eileen? Are you calling me fat? She's sleeping all the time. Oh my fucking god. Actually, you know what? Sleeping stream. Here we go. Blanket. Good night, everybody. Oh. Imagine yeeting someone out of their bed like that. That's fucked up. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Sorry. I...
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies.
I gotta stop that. I'm so sorry. I get a song stuck in my head and then... Oh. Ah! Blisters! Woo! Play the song, woman? Okay, bet. Hi, Dysa! Welcome in. Hi, Jax.
Bodies hit the floor.
Yeah! Three, 4, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so let's go. That was great. That was great. When I have a song in my head, it doesn't fucking exit. Let the bodies hit the floor. Oh hell nah. What the fuck? Oh, why is there so many of you? Like, I don't get it. What are you doing? Ow, ow. Are you kidding me? I need a second one to get into here too. Dog walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, "Hey, bum bum bum, got any grapes?" Man said, "No, you're a fucking idiot." And he waddled away. Water.
Yes! Inventory expansion!
Joyce Arkham.
Yeah. The eel and lantern coming first. You have to mix up the order, so we locked them up in the old fishing shop.
Mushroom Jack is still here, making sense
Squeak.
of the senses.
Squeak! Congrats on the 25 OG! Holy moly.
In the hills beyond Arkham, a local Minnie heard a voice on the wind and followed its...
Let the bodies hit the floor. Dude, inventory management is hard in this game, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Oh yeah. Another group completed because I'm better. Oh fuck. The angler has the last word. Okay, so this is like the password. It is eel and lantern coming first. So eel, lantern, and then last one is angler. I don't know fucking know, bro. I don't even know where this puzzle is. Like, I don't know what I need to do, but...
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Hurrah! Wow!
Wish. Many return to Arkham and being a person amass a number of devotees. They work long days in excavating the
Don't spit on me! Stop!
she grew intoxicated with the power. Alas, the tomb was ready to release the being within.
Ay, what are you doing? Haha, nope. Ah, there's another one! Can you fucking die this time? Die! Ah!
And the cult of the was indeed known across the land as the fools whose bones now litter the canyon floor.
Fucking idiot.
Bodies.
Oh! What is that? Me when I go for bulldog at 3 AM at night. What? What is that? It's a velociraptor, bro. Oh shit, boss fight. I just cracked my shoulder into place. Ew. It's Indiana Jones, yeah. It's Indiana Jones and Leon Kennedy had a child together, and this is what came out. Wow! Wow! Oh shit, the Poppy, thank you for the follow. Come in. Oh, hi, Björn. Oh shit, bossa! I forgot. Wait. I have no ammo. This is so ass.
Bring it on.
No, don't bring it on. Oh shit. Ah! It's a fucking fish or something. Help! Help me! Somebody come get her. She dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her. He's right behind me, isn't he? Stop chasing me! What's nice about boss fights though, I'll give this game, is that it keeps respawning resources, so you'll never run out of resources in a fight. Okay. Ah, yeah! Help me, I'm stuck! Step bro! Step bro! Step bro! Step bro! Ah! Move it! I like to move it, move it. Where's the fucking boxes, dude? I wanna loot more. Fucking dead, bro! You're nobody! You're fucking nobody! You heard that, right? You're fucking nobody! Nobody loves you! Your mom didn't fucking love you! She fucking threw away your paintings and burned them in a fucking trash pit. I love it. No, you don't. You're just delusional. It's okay. You can get blinded sometimes by love. Hi, DJ. I'm getting like mixed vibes though, because like, what happened with Timer-kun? Hell yeah! Jax, make sure to post them in the Discord as well. Don't forget about it. Bro left me with 12 kids for some hot girl from Miami. Oh no, not the Miami girl. Let in! Oh, look at the waves. Thick sword. I need to think. Okay. What does it say? Packing area. I thought it said fucking area. There's fucking traps everywhere. Alright. That's fucking great. Don't get your dick stuck in the bear trap, chat. How does that fucking count? Oh, thank you for giving me a lifesaver kit after I've got a... Ay! Oh my god, for the fucking ERC. And it's in my fucking locker. I can't even... My ERC pen is not even here. Oh, it's alive! It's alive! Ay, 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 ay! Ay! Okay, shut up. Nobody saw that. Nobody fucking saw that. I don't want to hear it.
Those little buggers are in the vents. Eyes open.
Ooh. What do you think the code is? 10, 11, 12. Running away hits every trap. Shut up! I did not! I did not! 6, 7? It might be 6, 7 actually.
Gonna need something to turn this off.
Yeah, well, guess what? I have it! I take it back. I didn't pick it up. I didn't fucking pick it up. I thought I picked it up. It's in the cold room and I don't have the cold key, so... in the cold room here. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. No, don't worry about it. Post them all. What up? Do I hear another one of those fish guys? Ooh! I'm about to get dead. I'm about to get dead. I'm about to fucking die. I missed. I fucking missed. I'm so bad. They're so fast. Dump it. Bitch ass. Oof. This is how we know the 16 punishments of the sailor. This is how we know. This is how we know. Because look, confined to ship, forfeiture of pay. It's all the numbers. Bread and water. Deprivation of alcohol. Oh, that one is rough, dude. Mast heading. Gagging. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm gonna keep reading. Caning. I don't know what caning is. Please, can we go there? Yes. Our next field trip is gonna be to the gag. Clapping and irons. Okay. Tar and feathering. That's rough. Imprisonment in the brig. Flogging with rope. Flogging with cat o' nine tails. Flogging around the fleet. What is flog? Is flogging like running around naked or something? What is flog?
No, it's really not.
What is flogging? Flogging is the act of beating a... Oh. Shit. Oh, flogging with a rope is beating someone with a rope. Oh.
What I do to you when you've been naughty?
No. Caning is getting hit by a cane. Ah. Marooning. Oh, shit, baby, I'm preying on you. BRB, guys, we're going marooning tonight. That joke was actually really funny, and I can't believe nobody laughed. Like, I'm honestly disappointed. We're marooning! Anyways, marooning is putting someone on a deserted island, by the way. I googled it. Keel hauling, meaning... Keel hauling was a brutal form of maritime punishment and execution where a sailor was tied to a rope, thrown overboard, and dragged underneath the ship's hull from one side to another. Occasionally from boat to stern, using a ship keel as a scraping blade. Oofa. That's rough. Hanging from the yard arm. What is a yard arm? Oh, like, okay. So hanging like, oh, the yard is like the poles, like the poles that hold up the sails. So which one is the correct ones though? Bunch of sailor photos here. Yeah, there is correct ones because there's a puzzle regarding it. Wait, eulogy for Freddy. Old Freddy's voice could shake the sea, singing through storms. The man was a saint. His sacred bones kept as tradition dictates, white and clean, sealed safety behind his holy face. Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. The last two are basically executions, just the last one is more brutal. Also, you definitely end up dying from the ship one. Wagga! Wagga! Ay! I don't have ammo for this shit, bro. Oh, he just walked in like he's going to the bar, bro. He just walked in the room like he's going to the bar. Okay, what if I do this though and I go into the safety room? What you gonna do about that, eh? Alright, but we got another... Oh, there's a key! The key is in here! The snowflake key! That's what we need! That's what we need to open the fucking cold storage! Hi, boys! I need this 𝗙𝗎 activator pen as well. Let's see, we can grab more shotgun bullets. Let's do that. It's not it. Bullets. Yeah. More shotgun ammo. And we can craft more bullets. We have so much fucking gunpowder. Well, I can craft... Actually, let's craft a shit ton of handgun ammo. How about that? You ready? We just crafted 40 handgun ammo. Now, if that isn't enough to take him down, I'm gonna be upset. I'ma kill you. Did I kill him? Dude, I'm so fucking good. I'm so fucking good. I'm just her, bro. It's just that it, bro. Holy shit. And we got the snowflake key. Who are you? I'm 𝗙𝗎 Oh, I said that's so Swedish. I take it back. That's so bad. Oof. 𝗙𝗎. If anyone wanna know how I pronounce your name in Swedish, let me know. Like if I were to translate your name, if it's translatable, let me know. 𝗙𝗎. Well, 𝗙𝗎 you can't really translate this as a name, so it would just be a pronunciation of the Swedish version. But the Snuggles, 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗍. So 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗍. Oh, 𝗙𝗹𝗹 works as well. 𝗙𝗶𝗫. Do you have a translation? Oh yeah, you have. What is juking in Swedish now again? Like avoiding. Doesn't really have a direct translation, so I'm trying to. I would say att finta. That's in sports you use that, I think. Juke is a sportsman. Okay, well then yeah, fint 330. That would be you. Fint 330. Alright, next. Necrobotanist. Oh, what would you... Eileen, you gotta help me, please. What is how would you translate necrobotanist? Necrobotaniken. Yeah, true. That would be you. Andy. Andy's a name, but tanky, if we take it as like tanky as in, is it tanky as in like a tank, or is it tanky as in like tanky character? If it's a tank as in like a tank, then it's like, okay, then it would be Andy Pansarvagn. Would it not be?
The Tide Runners. Huh. Guess they were more than just sailors.
Yeah, Andy Pansarvagn. Onyx would be Onyx Panther. Stridsvagn? Vad är pansarvagn då? Oh. Varför heter det pansarvagn då? Hi Fox. Oh. Okay, but Andy stridsvagn. Still cool though. Onyx Panther. Panther. That's how you pronounce panther in Swedish, no? Yeah, panther. It's just spelled without the H in Swedish, Onyx. It's spelled without the H in Swedish. So it would be panther. Jax. Jax would just be Yax. Yax. Yax.
Looks like old Freddy was quite the singer.
On my time, I never noticed the rules said English and Swedish were allowed. It's true. Ah shit. I gotta go to the other side. English in the names. No, well, Onyx would be Onyx Panther. Because Onyx is the name of the stone. I like the Swedish version of... I got the Swedish version of German translation. But Yax. Or Yax. I'll fuck, you know. Got a lock here I haven't gotten to. What the fuck? No. I mean, there's Yak. Yak is like Jack, you know? Like that would be the more common name. People would pronounce it Yak then. Yeah. Ezekiel.
Oh.
Ew! Ah! Here's where we need the code! Another fucking ERC pen in here, too. Here's where we need the code! And the code is in, let's see, I need everybody's help right now. Well, not really, but we need to get our minds together. Alright, so it says this. It says this. There. The eel and the lantern comes first. The eel and the lantern comes first. We trust him with that? Is this an eel? I don't know what the fuck an eel is. Lantern, maybe this? Okay, this is gonna be hard. I need to look around for all the fishes here and what symbol they have. I should have enough, since it is green, I should have enough, like this is all I need to solve it. The collant is etching the trophies with a secret. The collant is etching the trophies. Well, this is the collant, so that would be the star. But which place is in it? I don't fucking know that. Would lantern be the anglerfish? Is that the lantern? Maybe. QC. Alright, the angler has the last word. But the angler that would mean that the angler fish has the last word, so it couldn't be that one as the lantern. Angler has the last word. That means the anglerfish is in the end. Okay, eel and lantern coming first. Eel and lantern coming first. Okay, wait. Where the fuck is an eel? Is that an eel? Goblin shark. Is that an eel? Yes! Okay, so that's the two rings. Fuck! Hi Susanka, how you been doing good? He kept muttering over like a chant, though he often mixed up the order. See, that's the thing though, so maybe it's the opposite. Like it is the lantern first. And then the eel. Yeah!
Huh. Oddly satisfying.
Woo! For the submachine gun. Fuck off! The game keeps wanting me. Oh, the lanternfish. That's oh. I didn't know it was a fucking lanternfish right here. I just took it as like lighthouse equals lantern, you know?
Oh, right. The diving bell blocked it when it fell.
That's fucking ass. Don't tell me there's another one. How many fucking of these are we gonna find, bro? I think they're... Wait, you're right! It's probably the deep ones! I remember them! From fucking Innsmouth. Hold up. Oh, yeah! I think it's supposed to be the deep ones, yeah. This is how it looks like. I asked up. Hope it didn't get. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. Hello, Branch. Hi. Should I just give up and just start using that machine gun? Because the game keeps wanting me to fucking use it. Alright, let's start using it.
Little Branch _ says, if Jenny had a brain, how smart would she be?
What the fuck?
If Jenny had a brain, she'd probably lose it in a loot box. Smart enough to Google the answer, dumb enough to trust my advice. Still, would be 2 IQ ahead of me, so, basically unstoppable. M.
M. Alright, I'm back. Where am I going? What am I doing? I have the key. I need to get out of here because... But I'm stuck, which means I need to go to another way. There's 4 fucking floors in this place, by the way. That's crazy. Yeah, 4 floors. We still have this though. I don't know. We need like another part for it, I think. fuck are you doing? Oh shit, there's a lot of them. We shouldn't be here. Go back. Alright, time to go to the million traps again and hopefully not get caught in all of them. We're good. Three messes? Oh, rifle ammo. Well, that's fucking useless. Would unlock with numbers. Yeah, see, that's what we need this fucking shit for. Where's it? Here. But they were missing a paper from this. No, wait, is it this? No, it's not this. It's this. We're missing a paper with it. I don't think this ties to this. No, it doesn't. It just tells you which ones are which. Pretty useful. Ah, no way I walked into the one fucking trap that was left. What if I try 6-7? Fuck. Oh, you can press in so many. There's no way I can guess this. Ah, that's bad. Have you tried your mom? Good one. Okay, we have 4 now. Let's see. Maybe we save up for the last slot actually. Did I grab the fucking... No, I didn't. Alright. Load maxing? Aye aye. That's crazy combinations. No! Ban, 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 ban! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. And I can't do shit about it. I'm dead. I need to deal with them, but I don't have ammo for it right now. Alright. Wow! Ah! 𝗙𝗆, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Broken pipe. Gotta get down here to open this. I don't fucking remember how you get down there. Oh man. Rat tuber, what the fuck? Hi, weird. Brat tuber. Hey! Gotta finish my coffee, hold up. Iced coffee. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I can't. No, the thing is, I need to find the way down this stairs, but I don't fucking remember how to get down there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I keep trying, and it's fucking hard, and it's fucking annoying. I don't know. 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 Yeah, I probably will die here, so let's just save and hope for the best. 𝗙𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀. It is the wrong staircase down. It pisses me off. I don't know where the other staircase is down. Here! It's on the market floor. Fan också.
Little branch underscore says, how long till she made quits and plays League? Give it 2 streamer rages and 1 more Lost City. That's about, what, 10 minutes. She'll quit, declare she's a League god, and uninstall after 2 rounds. The cycle continues, D-gens.
I have an order for Hey, would you blow me? Coming right up. By the way, in 8 minutes, the bonus gift of subs should be on. I don't know, so you need to check, but they should be on in 8 minutes.
Huh?
It's not the way. How do I get down there? Shops. Yes, the shops. Bonus gift, yes, exactly. The line is in a game I'm playing? That's funny. Work. Oh, my Greg is screaming. Greg is screaming. What do you want? What do you want, Greg? Hold up, I need to take care of Greg. He's screaming for me. Oh, it's pissing me off. I need to pee as well. Alright, I'll be RP. Be back soon. Bah. Alright, I'm back. I am pissed, and while I was pissing, I multitasked and I fucking uploaded my short to Instagram and TikTok. Gotta be productive, you know? Bring your whole work PC into the bathroom while you're taking a shit. Have a meeting in the bathroom. I did wash my hands, actually. Dude, I cannot, if one of those deep ones come again, I cannot handle it because I do not have bullets for that. Just like animals, yeah, it's the deep ones. They're called the deep ones. I think it's the deep ones, at least. It's similar to them. Hard to explain. As soon as you went to the bathroom, I got a text saying there's toxic material in the waters. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyways, by the way, I think bonus gift of subs is on now. If you refresh your page, I think it should say on the page that there's bonus gift of subs going on. Yeah, there is. Alright, it is on now. You can gumbo with your subs. Let's go! Let's go! Woo! Oh, I was gonna take a picture for it. I look crazy. Okay. Alright. Just like animals. Boots and cats and boots and cats. Okay, I'm gonna do a revelio. Just I don't like have any fucking clue how I get to this staircase because I don't see it. This one goes up, this one goes down, but it goes down to here. So this is the wrong one. Where the fuck is the other staircase? Both of these go up as well. Is it? And this one I can't access at all. So I'm like, what? Oh. Oh. Hi, Sen. I don't know, man. I'm gonna play music until I find it because that's how you get your mind off of it, you know? Hi, Patrick! Thank you for still thanks. Welcome in. Hope you guys doing good. Million times. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, this is hard, bro. Maybe we do what we do best and we just run and hope for the best, you know? Here it is! Oh my god, there's no way. It was right in front of me! Okay, I need to pause the music now. I'm broccoli with sinking seal hours. I will perish right now. That's what's gonna happen. Ew! Do not say anything to this one. Do not say anything to this one. Posers have found a horrible statue of a sea creature with an evil look in its eye. Its chest has been split open as if someone tried to damage it. Look, preggers. Me when she don't— Shut up! Shut up! I found the valve. I'm afraid of taking it though, because it's gonna trigger like a bunch of monsters. So I need to check out this place first. I love the crunch when I walk, by the way. It's fucking ASMR. It's like when you walk outside when it's just been snowing and it's like crunchy snow. I love it. You're like, what the fuck is snow, Jenny? Well, if you haven't experienced snow, I'm sorry for you. Frag grenades? What? I just got a fucking grenade! Oh, I can't use them. Dodge. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That scared the living shit out of me. I am so sorry. Oh. I'm scared of going back. Oh shit. I don't have ammo for this. Wait, are they slower due to the cold? And we have no fucking ammo. Cross my heart enough. What am I supposed to do? Shoot it open? Like, what do you want me to do with this specific one right here? When I go hard. Na 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 na. Hello? Alrighty, we only have a few doors left. I do love me some crunch. Where's the It's in here. Ew, they're like frozen in the wall. I'm really scared of taking this hand wheel. I am not kidding you. I'm gonna die doing it. Oh my god, I got a lifesaver kit. I got a fucking lifesaver kit. I just restored all my fucking HP. Shut up, DJ. Now we have a shortcut. You know what? We're just gonna take it. We're just gonna take it and then run. We're just gonna take it and then run. What could hurt us? Nothing could hurt us. Spin the valve, come on.
All right, that should have cleared the way.
I wanna bet there's gonna be like a million zombies here. Chemicals. Woo! Hi, Hotspot. Good and good. How are you doing? You wanna go hard? Da, 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 da. No, I think it's one of those blowbirds. No, it isn't. It's Freddy Krueger. Holy shit, he flew. No, there's another passcode. Fuck. The last number can't be 16, it's 6. Okay. That doesn't really tell me shit though, does it? Another ERC pen, what the fuck? Okay. Save, But it's gonna unlock the shortcut. Hello! Now we can go here. And now we have access to this. Here's, we have this, would unlock what numbers, and then we have a middle room here, which we need 2 of those for. And we have a safe in here, which we can't unlock because we only know 1 number. Unless I brute force it and try to guess 3 other numbers. What can I do now? Search for 2. Okay, I need to search the 2nd floor for the... Oh yeah, shit, there's a lot of fucking stuff. I don't get what this is gonna do, you know? Oh wait, there's a way to get to the 2nd floor here. That's it! We'll find the ship, the pride of beer, tarred and feathered, and finally keel-hauled. Can someone remember that? Ship, beer, tar, kill. Ship 1. What did I say? Deprivation. Okay, 1, 4. No, it needs to be in the order, Kami, goddammit. Ship, beer, tar, kill. Ship, beer. 1, 4. 1, 4, 9. 16. 1, 4, 9, 16. 1, 4, 9, 16. Let me open this and then let's do that. Okay, I'll have to do this soon.
A strange stone. It's like it swallows all light.
It swallows. Okay, I'm gonna go out and do that then. Here? Yeah. One, 4, 9, 16.
Is that Sybil?
Grenade launcher? Possibly the same as the door? Ah! It's the same code for this fucking door. That's why the last one can't be 16, so it's 6. Aha!
Poor girl.
She's just... Dream essence now.
No, Kami. What the fuck? Where's there a hole in the ground like that? Oh! There was a girl in here. I didn't even see her. I thought it was seaweed. My bad.
Whatever they kept in here got out long ago.
Point of interest. I can't fucking interact with anything though.
Calvin!
Seemed like a waste.
Oh.
I got a rare achievement for doing that. I got a rare achievement for doing that, and I got a dream essence. I'm a horrible person, I'm sorry. What the fuck did you come from? Stop wasting my ammo, bitch!
Nice.
More firepower.
I'm just better, bro. Why'd I go grenade launcher site? I don't have a fucking grenade launcher. Where the fuck did I miss a grenade launcher? That's what the frag grenades are for. It's ammo. Wait, where did I miss the fucking grenade launcher? What? I have so many attachments and shit now. Where the fuck did I miss a grenade launcher? I'm looking this shit up. Ooh, one moment, please. There we go. Alright, I'm now ready. This should work, right? It did not work. This should work. Okay, I might have hidden it and I don't know where it went. Wait a minute. Okay, we're good. Oh, bad. You lost it? Yes. Okay, try to. It works! Okay, I just set up a button so that it hides both the vertical source and the normal stream source, so I can click on it and it will hide for both of them. So now I can just click on it and it'll hide for both of them. That is so nice. Actually, the fact that you can set up scene transitions like that is so fucking sexy. Yes, I was looking into that. I just got sidetracked because I was thinking of doing this. So I don't have to click two buttons and instead just click one. But then I never ended up doing it, so I did it now. Alright, the mural. Oh! That's why! I know why! Dude! I know why I didn't collect the fucking grenade launcher, bro! How do I get down again? I forgot. Ashita, he's there. I gotta get past him. Look, here's how you do it. That's how you do it. You steal his fucking urn, chat.
Is it bad luck to steal someone's remains?
No, it's finders keepers. Don't do that in real life. Don't do that in real life. Jenny Corporation does not advise taking up graves and stealing remains. Is grave robbing even a thing anymore? I feel like no one would bury anything like valuable. I feel like it was more a thing in the past, you know? And people get like cremated as well nowadays. A lot more commonly. This just in. Famous seal VTuber Jennifer Yukime declares that shit mine after seeing Grave. Oh yeah, the bells! Because sometimes, like, way back, they would accidentally bury people alive because they didn't know they were still alive because we didn't have technology and, like, medical stuff back then as we do now. So they would have, like, a bell in case they got buried alive so they could ring the bell. And basically show, like, yo, I'm still alive, get me out of here! In the past, there was no security and the graves weren't dug down like 5 meters. Yeah, true. But I feel like back in the day, like hundreds of years ago, they also buried bodies with like treasure and stuff like that, like valuable like jewelry and stuff like that. Especially when there was like Vikings and pirates and British, and it's like a black flag, you know, like that type of shit. Still do. I mean, maybe somewhere. I mean, there's literal living like people on islands that aren't inhabited by like normal society, and like people have their own like society and stuff. But I am gonna resume back Black Flag and Star Wars after I complete this game. I'm gonna continue with both of those. I'm gonna complete Star Wars first though, and then complete Black Flag. Interesting, you would call it family's jewelry as treasure. Viking and pirates and British, all fantasy people that don't exist anymore. True. Are British people even real? Aren't they just like in Pirates of the Caribbean movie? They're fan fiction, no? Fan fiction is the wrong word. At the same time, yes. What do you mean? The Swedish are still out there on the llamas? True. What the fuck do I do with this one? I think it's an investigation thing, no? No?
The Snither are in trouble.
I gotta look up my guide, bro. This is telling me to defeat to give the snowflake key. Yeah, I've done this already. Where do I find the fucking gun itself then? Oh! Ah! It's the fucking spooky room that I found. Where did I find that? It was like a room that had like a light on it, like a magical light on it. That I don't know. Someone told me that the Norwegians were at the actual location of the Vikings. They used to slay dinosaurs and bury them. This way they have so much oil now. Oh! Yeah! Bitch. Nej! Låt mig vara! Låt mig vara! Låt mig vara! Låt mig vara! Oh shit, I'm reloading. Help me! Help me! It should not take this many shots to fucking kill them, I swear. I just ran out of bullets. Alright. Swedish hunted the leviathans to count them and make surströmming. That's why it's so long fermented. That's why it's fermented for like years. Well, hundreds of years. Well, probably millions, but... That's why it's so bad, because it's actually leviathan meat. Interesting. Why is it blocked? Oh, he coming. Oh lord, he coming behind me. Hi, Cactus. Cthulhu meat? Yummy. This is not the right staircase. I forgot where I found the shining light door. Ah! Aj, fan I helvete. Same here, Kami. I'm sitting with a blanket. I'm not cold. I'm not warm at all, I mean. Crazy. Crazy, Dayo. Breakfast in 1930 is crazy. That's Brinner. Oh, I'm so lost. I don't know what to do. Here's the ocean man. Ocean man. Oh. Oh my god, there's many. Oh, I hate this. What do I do? I wish it would just show me on the map where it is instead of like doing shitty fucking bullshit, you know? Hi Odin, how you doing? Hi. Ocean Man. Have you guys heard the Ocean Man song? Ocean Man. Fresh baked baguette with Nutella. Oh, I used to have that back in the day. Back in my day. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm playing this kind of scary game actually. I'm sorry for not having a heart rate monitor. By the way, I forgot to charge my watch, so here we are. What the fuck, Altot? We need to make that into a fucking command. Have fun with that. Thank you. Thank you for the lurky. I appreciate it. Ocean Man. I do see the emotes. I see all the emotes, Kaltot. Ocean Man, take me by the hand. Lead me to the land that you understand. Wow. No, I didn't know about. I mean, of course, it's a stupid copy pasta about everything. I'm not surprised. Command to sound effect? Technically, yeah. But I don't want to hear Ocean Man on repeat, bro. I'm good. I'm really good. Hi Luke, how you doing? Remember, there's bonus gift the subs for a whole fucking week now, by the way. Whole fucking week.
Stay back, Calvin. That barrier is powerful, woven with strong memories and stronger magic. It feels like an echo of a song, but I can't quite catch the melody.
I know the
think
melody.
Music's the key. If we can find the singer, they might be able to dispel the ward.
There you go.
Did it work?
Yes, I can hear the melody now. I think it's Freddy's song. Perhaps if I join in.
Oh, you're gonna sing? Wait, everyone listen! I've been granted the VIP even though I've barely been active. Don't worry about it. It happens. I appreciate the lurk.
I met her where the waters gleam. A fish so fair she was my dream.
Ooh.
Her scales like gold, her eyes so bright. Her love was warm and kind and right.
You did it, Faye.
Damn. Okay. Nice. I don't know if they're actually together or not. They kiss and shit, so I'm guessing so. But they're more like I mean, yeah. They're like it's complicated. They're like partners in crime, but at the same time they kiss, and I don't fucking know.
I thought that ward would hold for longer. But I see you contain multitudes.
Who the fuck are you?
Who are you?
I'm what's known as an icon, darling.
Oh,
Now put that
damn,
down
okay.
Before you hurt yourself. My
Slay,
friends
Grandma.
call me Ma Fish Face.
Ma
You a
Fish
friend?
That could be. Why are you locked up?
'Cause I can't trust myself.
Oh.
You did this?
You sound like dear old Freddy.
I'm not hearing you out. I'm 𝗙𝗵𝗃 here.
Ma?
You have a name, boy.
My friends call me Calvin. Or they did, before everyone left.
Well, Calvin, the sea beckons for me. Laps at my ear, tempting me, whispering sweet nothings. But I know what I become if I give in. And that's no life at all.
So you're trapped here.
She's really fucking
Everyone
ugly.
is trapped here thanks to that
Damn,
wretched
you're over
flood.
halfway.
Those
That's
fools
huge.
from 𝗙𝗃 go poking around in the city below. And look what happens. Even the deep ones know better than to tread in that temple. But enough yammering.
It's the deep ones,
Let's get
Eileen.
down to
Confirmed.
business. You tell
Nice.
Ma
We literally.
what you
Okay, I kind of want to show this. Hold on, let me show. Okay, so they're not painted or anything, but we do have a game called Mansions of Madness, which is also based off of H.P. Lovecraft's like universe or whatever. So we have this is a star spawn. You can face in the game. Hi, idol. We have deep ones as a figure. I'm gonna try to find it. Is this a deep one? I found one! Alright, so the fish creature you've been seeing is this actually. Look at it. It's like a little fish guy. It's a deep one. Let's see if I can focus it up more. Up. Here. That's a deep one. And then here was a star spawn. I fucking do look good. And the thing we saw earlier, I think, might have been... This is a Dunwich horror. Looks like this. Very, a lot of shit on it. Hello, Zad. Also this one. You guys might like this one, though. Look at that 𝗶𝗶 worm. Look at the 𝗶𝗶 worm. This is, Chthonian. I'm gonna see if there's anything else cool. This is a hunting horror. Like this. Like a little slithery worm. I'm gonna see if I can find the meat. Do we have the Migo? We do have the Migo, right?
Yeah, there's few of them.
Yeah, we have the Migo. Because the Migo was in the game, this game as well that I'm playing right now. It was the Migo. And he was like trying to help us. I don't know why, but he's helping us.
They're seekers of knowledge. Why?
They're seekers of knowledge. Oh.
Remove the beak.
Hold up, we're gonna find it. It's just we have so fucking many. Oh, it's cute. Found it? Yay, we found Amigo! Look, here it is. It looks like in the game, kinda. Wow. We don't have a mermaid now. We don't have a random books of Eldritch Horrors. Onyx is for a board game called Matches of Madness. And you basically dried mango. Kind of matches with my nail, actually. Hi, Shortfish. So Matches of Madness is a really fun board game. You basically have you connect it to your iPad to like display like narration and stuff. And there's a bunch of different missions you can play. And these horrors are used for the game. So the game basically tells you if star spawn on tile blah blah blah, and then you have to spawn it, and then it has numbers on it, as you can see here. It has 5 and there's another number 8, and the 5, one of them is for, you do these horror checks, by the way, in the game. So one of them is for the what is it called, Eileen? Horror meter? Yeah, but the number was the number on it. One is like for how scary. Is it for how scary it is?
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, it's a horror rating, I think, and basically it stands for how scary it is. So if you have like two of them in one room like this, then you would check like who's the scariest of them by checking the blue number. And in this case it's the star spawn, obviously. So then you would do a horror check against this one. Because if you're in the same room as it, you need to do a horror check and you might lose sanity from that and stuff like that. Yeah, basically. Hi, Gabe. It's really fun though. I love board games. Sure, Jenny, figure what would the horror number be? 69. 67. I do a horror check every time I open your stream? Bruh. But yeah, there's also character figures that you have, because there's a bunch of different characters that have like passives, and they all have stats, and you need to roll for certain stats in the game and stuff like that. It's really, really fun. Look at this guy too. This guy's called the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Yeah, the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's a big blob, look at him. This is a 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Oh. Horror with a W? Oh. Oh. Also this guy, which is Hound of Tyndalos. Little dog. Really cute dog. Call of Cthulhu? I've never played that, no. This guy looks like a glory hole. I don't want to fucking know what he is, but he's called a crawling one. No, crawling one. He's looks like a glory hole. Anyways. We keep all of them in this box, by the way. It's our fucking Taiko no Tatsu gym box. We keep them in there. Oh! Okay, I almost dropped it. Hello. Eileen requires soda, so I will quickly go make some soda. Alright. Soda wench. Alright. Everybody stay tuned. I'll be back. I'll be back. Hello. Hi. Dude, I'm so happy. I wish I could show you guys what I mean. But I can't really do that. But I can like hide both for the vertical and the horizontal stream at the same time, the screen, and it really makes me happy.
Want.
Oh yeah, the
I'll
lady, I
tell
forgot about
you
her.
if I can help.
I need 2 more Leiden jars.
You going to the ship? Who is she?
She's my everything.
Okay, well in that case, yeah, they're probably
I have
in love.
one jar here, but a second... That's gonna be tricky. Yes, that should work.
Do you have my grenade launcher?
Ma?
The man who invented the Leiden jars had a shop here in the market 20 or
Thank
30
you.
years ago.
Here's thank you.
You'll have to go see him.
He's still in Arkham?
No. Here's my offer. There was a device, dredged from the abyss, called the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃. It bends time. Last I
Anti-kitten?
heard it was downstairs at the jeweler's. You bring me the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃, and I'll get you your last Leiden jar. In return, you'll help me get out of my little predicament.
Ah, she's
Deal?
a dick.
Deal.
You waiting for a kiss? Grab the jar and get going.
Ew, I would not touch your face with a 10-foot pole, sir. Madam, sorry. Hold up. I want to check some. Okay, so hear me out. What if I make the buns big? Look how it looks cute though. It is me. Right? No. Should I keep them like this or should I keep them smaller? Like in the middle maybe, like here. Good try, DJ, but you can't while I'm in the menu. Uh-oh. Wow, Gnome. Oh no! I see. I know what you mean. Hi, Bank. Maybe I'll keep them in between, like here. All right.
Take the jar and head to the jeweler's.
The yar. We're
It's
taking
as
the
good a
yar.
place to start as any.
Good place to start as
You'll know the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃 when you see it. It looks like an
And now
old
where's my
clock
fucking
of
grenade launcher,
sorts.
Grandma? Hey? What the fuck? We got launched by the grenade launcher? Well, that's fucking useless, isn't it? Oh, wait! I can save from here.
I missed hearing you sing. It was
I'll stop being gay. Come on, dude.
lovely.
Oh, thank you, darling. My first sea shanty.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃. The winds blew up her bow and up all they both. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar. Okay, it says the thing is down here. Well, something else is apparently. Another deep one! That's why they call me the deep one. Put it in! There it is! We got the grenade launcher.
That's what I'm talking about.
I hope it's good though. Shit. Oh, I do have space, okay. I hate how it penetrates it. Look at it. It's like taking it. I'm not gonna aim too close. I'm good at this. Alright. Safe room across the room. Oh my god. Yo, deep one, we can talk about it. 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 Alright, here we go. What does this mean? That I have a... I'm scared. I don't want to use it. Alright, what now? We can go over here now. We go across. Go here. Go here.
That's gold.
What?
Fortune's worth.
Take it. Easy.
It...
Is this a grind maw tooth?
Yeah. Another one we need here. Oh, but I can open this though. That way I can get them back. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, is that sheep? The best behind me? There was. Hello? Is that it?
Part
It
of me
is.
was-
Darling, it will be a cold day in hell before...
I don't know.
before I revisit my teenage years.
Very big issue. I do no longer have space to put in the jars. So what the fuck do I do? I really wish it would mark on the map where the fuck that lady was, because I don't remember anymore. I think it was here. Really?
It feels evil.
Holy shit, balls. My game fucking froze for a second as I shot that. No, you're kidding me right now! Grenade launcher, grenade launcher. It's so close to me! Stop that. No! Hi, Kelly. Fuck off! Fuck off! No! 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 Oh fuck, I missed. Okay, let's not do that. Shit, I missed. Did you die? Yes! I was mostly giving it from hidden shoulder. It's slorp glorping me. Hi, okay. What's the big slorp glorp? Oh hell no! Brother. I'm out of ammo. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing? I am praying for whoever's gonna do the bonus gift the subs that you get like a lot of extra ones. Not for my sake, but for your sake. Because they do count towards incentives as well. I have 10. I can unlock the next fucking slot. Holy moly. Legal kissing. That is disgusting. It's like deep throating it. Breakfast, lunch, yummy. What are you eating? Alright, so we need to... I need to empty my inventory. That should be enough. A short today? Nope. It was originally gonna be a short today, but then it got claimed. Hoodwink, the people who made Hoodwink, which I think is Sony or something like that, they literally claimed it because of visuals, not even sound. Because, well, the sound was Eileen and me, but they claimed it because of visuals. So, it was gonna be blocked globally. So Trad's gonna remake it differently tomorrow, probably. Most likely. Yeah. I don't think necessary items should take... No, I don't think so either. It's dumb. I think that key items should have its own fucking inventory or like just be something you can use, you know? Like this. Ugh, it's so annoying when it takes so much space. Some rice and some garlic potatoes. Yummy! The potatoes sound so good. want some taters, please. Yours? Oh man. Alright, time to go back. If I remember the way. Should be here. There's like a million fucking zombies in here for some reason. Ah! He's right by me! I don't have any healing. I'm cooked. I'm just cooked. Just go. Fuck! No, they don't fucking die to the grenade launcher.
You have it?
One time-bending relic, just like you wanted.
Well done. Has she figured out how it works? I know another travels with you. I can feel her presence. And I'll need her help with the 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏.
Her name's Faye.
Tell Ma I wish I'd known her.
She regrets never having met you.
Take it from an old woman, Faye.
Hi,
Don't
Sarah.
waste energy wondering what could have been. Act to ensure it does. And on that note, we will use the 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏 to go back in time and ensure that Harcourt leaves you a Leiden jar. After that, we'll solve my problem, and you can be on your merry way.
All right. What do I need to do?
Just stand there and look confused.
What?
Perfect. Faye, dear, I'm ready for my curtain call.
See you in a minute, darling. Here goes nothing.
What her mouth face structure reminds me of fish-wise? Anglerfish? I can see it.
It worked. We did it.
What worked?
The 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏.
The what?
Oh, of course. You won't remember. Never mind. The Leiden jar. It's here.
Yeah, Faye. It's...
Hello, hello, him tractor. All right, what's
came in.
so we went back in time,
Thank you, Ma.
and she's free now.
What's happening?
It's some kind of memory. See what you can learn.
What the fuck? Oh, here's the statue. Can't do shit with it though. Do you think it's the same code? Fuck!
I know it's hard to accept, Mother, but look at me. Look at what I've become.
Oops, sorry.
Promise you will convince Harcourt to stay and hide the light and charm. I beg you.
Oh, so Ma found her mother. Good.
Hi, Willis. I can't exit. I need to find what the fucking code is in here? Is that what you're telling me? Mad Professor.
You must believe me, Mr. Harcourt. My unborn child spoke of a terrible future. But your Leyden jar can save it. Save us all. You must hide one here.
It's inside the statue.
Who are these people?
Old friends.
If what you say is true, Jessamine, we can't risk its early discovery. We must be clever. Hide the...
Dude, I need to go put on some socks. Like, my toesies are fucking freezing. Hold up. Okay, but like, look at these cute ass fucking stitch socks. They're so cute. So cute. They have little fucking stitch ears as well. You know what's sad though? I even said like that people should fucking clip the feet thing when I did the shock challenge. And no one clipped it. So Rod is never gonna see it.
With a riddle. Let's start with...
Should have been there truly, actually. You should have been there.
That should do it. 6294.
Oh, well.
The secret is sealed.
Smart.
Faye.
Heart of stone? Ah! The idol had a sanguine heart, but I still shot his limbs apart. I call upon the mother's prayer, and yet the sea did only glare. I bade a god to bend the knee, yet time itself approved the key. To hold the spark to sacrifice a father sister in the eyes.
What's going on?
Wait. All that did he leave us anything?
Åh, helvete!
How?
Triggers. That's what my stomach looks like after bulldog. There's so many arms. What the fuck? I don't know what to do with that. Ah, this connects with this. Okay. Shoot its limbs apart! Wait, what? Wait, stop. I need to read. I called upon the mother's prayer, and yet the sea did only glare. I might need a bit of help. Yeah, you should make bull deck. Make a bull deck. Oh, it doesn't take my ammo, by the way. It doesn't take my ammo, so I'm fine, like, testing it out. It regains my ammo. Okay, that one I cannot shoot, apparently. Can I shoot this one? Wait, oh, it's a passcode! I see it now! I've never— no fucking way you got it! Time to tag Rod. I called upon the mother's prayer. Time! I get it, I get it. Idol had a sanguine heart. Yeah, well, I put it in. I think that's what that means. So I called upon the mother's prayer. Mother's prayer? Oh, this one. That was a prayer. The sea did only glare. Maybe this one, because it's like an octopus. And then I bade a god to bend the knee. Who the fuck is bending a knee? You? And then yeah, time itself will prove the key. Time. To hold the spark took sacrifice. Hold the spark. Hold the spark. I found her sister in the eyes. I don't get the spark one. I don't get the spark one. Hold the spark took sacrifice. Hi, 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪. What's up with the Jenny? We're playing a horror game. Pretty good though. Hold the spark took sacrifice. What does it mean with spark? It's like the... Oh, okay, never mind. I'm bad! Maybe it's sea, bend, time, spark, eyes instead. C, which would be... C, bend the knee. Time. My favorite? Ooh, that's a hard fucking one. I really enjoy the Resident Evil games, honestly. The latest one had really good horror aspects to it. Hold a spark. Okay, I might need a clue, please. Give me a Revelio clue. Give me a Revelio clue. That's crazy dedication. I saw the clip, it was funny. Look at the picture. That's very vague. I need another clue. Oh, there is a picture! What? That kind of looks like the picture though. I can move her temporarily. Hold up. Hi, Dave. Yes, but it's 5 arms that it. Yeah, I know. That's what I tried. And no, it is 1, 2, 3. It's 5 I need to remove. After that, there's a 5 code. 5 arm code. It's not 6. Hi Kakuni, hi Eagle. Thank you for still thanks. How you guys doing? Thank you for the half bat. Alright, that's why I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. The Mother's Prayer. I thought the Mother's Prayer would be the jar, right? Because she was like begging for it. So that's why it made sense to me, you know? Just begging the doctor for the jar to like save something. I don't know. Yeah, I was. Maybe it is the woman, like the prayer, like. But that looks like one knee, no? She down on her knee. She's down on her knees there. So maybe it is the one laying here. Would that be it? Or is it the woman? Yeah, I don't know what this fucking spark is. So I think the Mother's Prayer is this one.
Yeah.
And then 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪 is this one.
Yeah.
And then time would be the hourglass.
Yes.
Well, no, then you bend the
to
knee
bend the
first. Would it be? I think it's this one.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that one. And then time.
Yeah.
Would be this. And then the lastly would be the spark. There's just
holding.
the only thing she's holding. Yeah, true. To hold the spark. Maybe this is spark. Yeah. Thank you. I was 1 off. I was 1 off. And it was the fucking creature sitting down. That meant
yes.
I was 1 off.
A blue heart. What are we meant to do with it?
Put it in the cold storage. We're supposed to put it in the cold storage, yo. There's like 1,000,000 creatures down here.
Careful. I hear more deep ones.
He doesn't fucking care, he just parries it. That's why they call me the deep one. I fuck do look good. Hi, Heavy. You be sinking my city till I too. Type shit. Oof, I'm really low on resources, man. Alright, need to get down into the basement to get to this one. Pros I want, because that's where the cold heart goes. But I don't fucking remember the way down there again. So I don't fucking know. Wait, I think I know. Here. And then here. Where did all the monsters go here? Ah! Okay. Oh fucking cook! Okay. Well, at least I got the revive.
It won't be that easy.
Don't kill me! I'm so dead. 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 I am so bad off right now. I am so bad off. What did I get? Uncharged one, right? Yes, I need to store it. I need to go to floor 2 and charge it here. So we need to find a way up. I know the way up. Question is if I can get to it. He's after me! I'm fucking clenching my butt cheeks as he runs after me. Oof. Save so I don't have to do that again. Come on. Where is it? Here.
We need to hurry. My body is near the eye.
I fucking hear you, woman. Calm down. Not this way because I'm dumb. Where am I going? Fuck, he's blocked. How the fuck do I get that? Do I need to jump down to then get up? Oh. Hi, Claymore. 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗀𝗙𝗃𝗵. Yup. I sunk the city. It was me. All along. That's why they call me the deep one. Alright. Fuck, I wanna listen to that song now. Ocean man, take me by the hand. Here it is. Hell yeah. Now Cthulhu knows why they call me the deep one. Alright. Is she cute? It's Cthulhu. I don't know if Cthulhu has a gender, but maybe whatever you want. What do I do? What do we do? What do we do? How the fuck do I get up? I get up there, so we go this way. Ignore the deep one. Wrong way because I'm dumb. Hello? I can dodge it. Cause I'm better, bitch. Yes. They're everywhere.
Cal, I feel a strange energy. We have to hurry.
Calm down, woman!
There's the electrical station.
Wow, really? No, 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 no! Did I get the medicine? Yes. I got shotgun ammo. I did the dance and I did the chance. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Get medicine, get it. Yeah, we got medicine, we got medicine. Stop, medicine. Ooh. Oh, you're right after me. You're right up my butthole. Help me. Yeah.
It stops charging. Cal, you need to turn the power back on.
Can I please loot first so I don't have something to deal with?
The charging stopped.
Yep, fuck off! Another one. Ah, you my footsies! Leave them alone! This is bad, this is bad, this is bad, 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 bad. I did the dance and I take the chance. Da 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 da. Ah, fuck me in the ass. Alright. Ja men kuk på dig då! Sug en fitta! I got pounced! Bar, S3 Nelsus on you. Oh, wait. House is on you. Yes, somewhere. No shit! What am I supposed to do?
Turn on the electricity, Cal. Was interrupted again.
Fuck, do I hate them so much. You're kidding my ballsack right now! Give me fucking healing items. That's what I need, bro. I'm gonna die. Lifesaver kit! Oh my god, I'm getting pissed off with this. Oh, you're right. Actually, you're right. The jar isn't charging out. How would I know that? Fuck off. There's another deep one! Like, you're kidding my balls right now. Where's my grenade launcher shots? That's what I need. My inventory's full! Ha 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 ha, but hello, hello.
Get to the ship and save your body.
Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Ah! Ah! Grab them, grab them, grab them. Yeah. Recharge this shit and just fucking rat-ta-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. We're gonna rat-ta-ta-ta. No! Stupid! I finally do it! Oh my god, I finally did it. Woo! It's peace and quiet. Alright, where do I go now? I need to go get past the 3 starfish. Where the fuck are the 3 starfish? Was it here? Oh yeah, the beginning is right here. I did the dance and I take the chance. Ba 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 ba. Who shotguns in my inventory? I do. This is my grenade launcher. Oh shit, someone's not happy about me.
Yes, we're in. Your body must be somewhere in this wreck.
Hurry, Cal. I have that sick feeling again, like at the hospital.
Cosmic horrors beyond human comprehension? Yep. We're on the ship now! Fucking did it, bro! Hello, I'm back. Hi Lippy, hi Dub. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I did the dance. Ba da ba da ba da ba da. Ba 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 da da da. Da 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 da. Wait, one second. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Alright. I think we're coming up on a final boss here, guys. Maybe.
Brothers and sisters of the flood, Mushroom Jack on the air with another tantalizing tale. Lyle loved his daughter very much. His wife passed
There's no save point?
in
There's a
childbirth,
stash?
so he raised
Never
young
happened.
Bernadette alone. And there was nothing more important than her. But his wife's death had shaken him and made clear how fragile the world was.
Haha! I predicted you.
Here was his untimely death. And even as Bernadette turned 8, he felt no less alone and sought a way to ensure his safety.
What? Why isn't it popping? What the frick?
Spoke to wizened men and haggard
Oh no 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 no! Do not crash, bro. What was that?
his daughter always at his side. And in an abandoned town, he found a being whose might was
Dude, hello? Is the whole fucking area loading in?
through thin lips had offered to extend Lyle's life, to make every minute feel like a day.
Oh hell no! I don't like water.
His daughter, Lyle loved.
I hear something.
Cal,
I heard it.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't get it. Whenever I don't have the submachine gun in my inventory, it gives me like 10 million fucking ammo for it. But whenever What? You get... Shut up. Whenever I do have it, it gives me no fucking ammo and it's stupid. I did the nails, I took my knee, da da da. Wagga! Wagga. One moment, please. I'm trying to... Not fucking. There we go. Yay! Okay. What the fuck? It's the void guy! No! I saw it too late. It's the blob guy. It's the fucking blob guy we're gonna face. The guy who was like chasing us in the hospital, I think.
Mr. 𝗙𝗆 says, what did the seal say to its friend? You are fantastic.
Haha.
Huh.
Nice one.
Weak pun, Mr. 𝗙𝗆.
I fucking
I'll
hit
show
myself
you.
with that.
What did the seal say to Ginny? You're a bottom. See? Much better. Gift subs if you want more top tier jokes like these.
Why can I crawl through 2 different areas here? We're gonna do this one first because it leads to nowhere. Dude, no way that hits me. I'm back to a low HP again. Golden egg? I would eat a golden egg. Okay, cool. Hi, Bounty. We're gonna ignore him. We don't need to kill him. I'm having fun! Can I stop getting hit by that? So bad, dude. I'm so bad. That seems dangerous. You know? Fucking pimples everywhere in this guy. Stop him! Fuck you. Ah! My boob is itching. Help. Indiana Jones. It's crazy how many people have said that. But yeah, it's Indiana Jones and Leon had a baby, and then they went to Silent Hill together and lived happily ever after. That's it. Itching boobs, yeah.
DJ Nook says, what do you think about vanilla cola? Keep in mind that a study from 2025 in Nature indicated that 87% of the tested population think that from a pool of sodas, vanilla cola is the closest in taste to salmon sushi. Vanilla cola tasting like salmon sushi? That's a crime against soda and fish. Bet those 87% never had proper taste buds. I'd rather chug gamer sips. Code Jenny for 10% off. Then sip that weirdness. Sorry, D-Gens.
Holy fucking plug! That was so smooth, actually. Normally buys my bullshit. Maybe Blobbins is starting to realize that it's just bullshit. Favorite soda nah, bro. So favorite soda, Coke Zero.
Uh-oh.
I can't even run anymore. We're about to face like a big boss. I'm gonna prepare ammo and shit. Hello, Phillips. Welcome back. Blackberry. Stop with Dr. Pepper. It's ass. Alright, here we go. We're about to see the big reveal. What the fuck is that, Shiro?
𝗙𝗃 says, hear me out though, Jenny. Cthulhu is just an ancient being, so if it can cast dark magic or some power, who says it can't take on a form? If so, do you think it'd be like a dummy type, a recluse type, or a shy one? Who knows, could even be a mommy Cthulhu and she'd just be a hag with a nice dress or really gothic style. And since old probably has a lot of knowledge, but I'm capable of teaching you things. Also tentacles are so I'd go about you, but I wouldn't mind having a demon goth Cthulhu girl failure GF. Cthulhu as a dummy mommy goth? Powerful vibes, not gonna lie. Probably a bossy dom if Jenny's around. She attracts nothing but eldritch tops and existential dread. Honestly, I'd simp before Jenny gets a shot. Teach me dark magics, Tentacle Queen. Tentacle
Queen?
I eat ass? No, I fucking don't. I eat good food. Yeah. And it's gonna make the same food yesterday as she made yesterday. So it's gonna be beef tenderloin, pasta with chanterelles in it, and a creamy like sauce with it. Did you hear Lula? Lula? Hey! Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Meow. Yeah, meow. Lulu never wants to meow when she's sitting on my lap. She always meows on the floor. So I can never have it like direct meow in the microphone. Gato. Champignon? No, it's chanterelles. Dude, can I just say one of my most like top tier things is when we're having like community night and stuff, and then I see so many people with our server tag in the call itself, and it looks so cute, and it looks like matching, and it's really cute. So thank you. Time to remove it. Hey! No! What the frick? What is that? What the fuck is that? Why is it throbbing?
There's my body.
What are those creatures around the eye?
Look at those mouths, though.
Gently says, Blevins, are you getting wise to 𝗙𝗺𝗃𝗃? Getting wise? 𝗙𝗺𝗃𝗃 is louder than Jenny's L's. Don't worry, I see you, DJ. No vanilla salmon soda for me, ever. Keep trying though, makes chat way less boring.
Way less boring. Okay, you just got a compliment, bro. Hi, good luck. You don't want to know what I'll do with those mouths? Okay, calm down, buddy. Calm down, buddy. Soda pepper is the drink for the intellectual? Fuck off, it's not. The opposite. That's what I could do. Ugly, yeah. Yeah, they're not pretty, I'm not gonna lie, but... What do you mean my IQ is in the negatives? What? Those things are more teeth and mouth? Yep. 100%. Hi, bug boy. How you doing? Hold up. IQ. 68. Fuck yeah. Adobe shirt. I'll have to look at it later. Been up since I've been in the stream? Yeah! Welcome back. Hope you've been good. We're about to glorp. Are the tentacle monsters a smash or pass? Ah, shit. I better see pass on that. Well, welcome in. We're having a seal-a-thon. There is currently a bonus gifted subs active as well for a whole fucking week. So you can gumbo with the subs. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't even know that was part of it because I didn't like click it so it like Alright, here we go. Cutscene time.
Faye, what did they do to you?
I'm gonna snooze the ad that's coming up since we're in the middle of a cutscene.
What's happening with this blood?
What the fuck? A butthole in the ocean? Tactical roll? Oh shit, boss time. Oh, he's killing them. Okay.
Those devices, what do they do? 2 down!
Ah!
Now you're hurt.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
Just like that. Check the devices. We're down to 2 devices.
I can't access the middle one.
It's active.
Oh, yeah.
You wounded it, Cal, and it's angry.
And it's angry. Oh,
To the
shit!
devices. There we go.
I knew I should have brought the rifle to this. Ah, yeah.
Don't miss your chance.
Men jag kan inte! Håll käften, horunge!
One turned off.
Dude,
The device deactivated.
Yeah, well, no shit, Sherlock. See if I can vibe as Atreus. Apologize? Fucking no! She's as annoying as fucking Atreus in God of War. Just won't stop fucking talking, bro. I cannot, dude, he's so slow at running, it's fucking embarrassing. Oh shit, oh god, okay.
Now you can shoot. Are they all on?
I live.
Got it. Keep moving. One turned off. We're close. One last push.
Åh helvete vad många.
His body just absorbs your shots. We need a different plan.
But no shit, bro. I'm not trying to shoot him.
There we go.
Oh helvete, that was bad. Regenerate that. That hit me!
That's it!
Dude, okay, guy, come on.
Right on target. Darling, you're wounded.
Darling?
You're hit.
Woo! Oh!
You did it, Cal. It's over.
I love tinnitus.
Cal.
All right.
I think this might be the end. Oh, they're gonna fuck.
Calvin. Honor your word. Calvin. Calvin. Calvin.
What the fuck?
You need to get up. You need to stop the bleed, please. Good, good. You passed out, Cal, and the slither came for us. Took my body through the portal. I couldn't do anything.
Shouldn't have happened.
We'll follow them through.
No.
We're gonna go to the other side.
Wait. I didn't say the words, but my energy, it went to you anyway.
Well, the ritual must have bound us together.
Did you at least get more memories back?
No.
Oh, man.
I saw it. Faye. You were standing there in the dreamlands, screaming about a pact.
All right, yes, I'm sorry.
I fucking knew! I fucking knew it! I knew she would fucking... Ah! That's why, you know, that's why the... What is it called? The Migo was like... guys, I know about your plan now, I'll leave you to it. You know? And I was like, what fucking plan? Is she double crossing us? Like, is she hiding something from us? And yeah, she is.
But I didn't... It doesn't make sense. I just...
It's her fault.
Before you got all you needed from me?
No.
I have poured every waking moment, says the dream, every ounce of my soul into bringing you back. It's taken everything I have. And it turns out it was pointless. Because you already cooked up
She made a fucking pact with somebody. And that's why.
There must have been a reason. Please.
These years together, I thought you were incredible. So much better than me in every way. I just didn't realize you agreed.
Cal.
But who am I to deny a lady her wishes? Your quest continues.
Calvin, please. I would never. I love you.
Prove it.
He's gonna jump into the hole. Oh! He jumped in after. Survive the Arkham Fish Market. Rare achievement, let's go! What, is there an option not to survive it, or...? Hi Glitch, congrats on your first fish. Ew! Do I have metal open? Because it says clip
Whoa,
saved
you're
up
right.
in the corner.
Calvin!
It's pissing me off. Hold up. Is it like triggering with me saying something? There we go.
I'm fine. Just get on with it.
Yeah, that I know, Bug, but it's not. It was metal clipping and not Twitch.
Where are we?
I don't know. Look around.
No map. I mean, okay, fair point. Fair point.
That'll be where they took your body.
Alright, back I go then. Me without my eyes, no sign. Shut up. I realize it's dumb now. Like, logically. Hi, Summer. Like when I work, I appreciate it. Thank you. Ayuka. Wagga. Me without legs, no sprinting. Oh, shut up. Hi, Jukebox.
Are you feeling alright?
Yeah.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
A long few months.
Boots and cats.
But you never snap at me, Cal. That's not you.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Me being asleep?
DRC?
No, shut up. Wait, were you literally called Jukebox?
There were people here. Oh, careful.
What? Hi, DJ.
Wow. What is this architecture?
From the city below?
Yes.
That's why I'm about a long time ago, so you play music in the open surf servers and kind. Ah! Hey, nice though. I have a map, yo! I'm taking damage from the wind. Too cold. Dear Mom, we're on the cusp of an incredible discovery. 1929! Me finding a map in another dimension? I got a map? Shut up! Damn, it's snowy. Me realizing this is bit in my previous actions. Shut up. Man. What is this for? Rifle scope. Ooh. Ah. Man. Ooh. Ah.
All we did, all we sought was in the name of
we
science. We merely inspected the portal, but somehow
I thought the game would be over after that boss, but apparently not.
the lake began to drain before our eyes, and far
Me finding a
above
time
us,
scope? Is this a rifle? Shut up! At least making me seem stupid!
our exit became treacherous. We searched for another way out, but the eternal birth. Evil awoke in the dreamlands and pressed its face to our window.
We have to clearly be a little dented. Propaganda from Alien.
Foul creature upon
Man.
our world, a slithering horror. Oh, I pray it never reaches the surface.
Oh, so he was down here, was like, yo, I hope this never reaches the surface, and then it fucking did.
He killed you.
Pardon?
The flood, the ritual, this man is why it all went wrong.
So that's what we met in the dream. Yog-Sothoth. A god.
Sothoth.
Wait.
Sothoth.
I invoked its name to revive you. What does that mean?
I don't know. We don't have the full picture yet. Cal, back in the ship, I understand what you're feeling. But do you really think I would ever, could ever betray you?
Yes.
No.
Good.
Never trust women, chat.
Come on. Let's see what else we can find. At least they left the map.
You mean a paradox? Yeah, because, get it? I'm a woman. Oh, I love the sound of snow. When you're walking in it and it just like hugs under your feet and it sounds really nice. Ew. How did you even survive in this cold? Thought you're 59. Actually, I turn 60 next year. Uh-huh. Thank you. Happy birthday to me. Leader birth in this because it would be dope. Well, only time will tell. 3,000 years old and a goddess of seals. I'll take it. I'll take the title. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good night, Star. 𝗙𝗶𝗴. Rise of the Tomb Raider game running in snow takes place in Siberia. Ooh. Interesting. We need a key for this place. Wait, there is a key here. What the fuck? For the books! Ah! I got the saggy stone. Fuck, I just... Okay, hold up. I need to go under my desk real quick. Oh. Alright, I'm back. Good. Eileen was massaging my shoulders. And I was so stiff. Dude, I crawl under my fucking desk and I'm wearing a skirt and Eileen pretends like she's not fucking looking. She's like, no. Looks up in the ceiling. Where the fuck did you come from? I'll show you, stiff. Pants grab. Oh yeah. The ceiling is beautiful this time of year. Uh-huh. You're flopping my shot from the skirt? You're right. I need to be careful of that. It's kind of dangerous, actually. Very dangerous. Rifle ammo on my ass, dude. I love how it just like flies open. What the fuck did I miss in here? Ew, I just saw that. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Calvin, I can sense my body nearby. This must be a portal.
Activate the portal.
This must have a purpose.
What, really?
Even here, a taste of home.
I miss it so much.
Fuck happened? What the hell? I have so much rifle ammo, I'm thinking of using it again. Feels like a waste otherwise. I might switch out this one for the rifle. Thank you. The fuck? It did not no. No. Where did my thing go? Oh, here. You order some food? Yummy. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Saw that, right? I wonder if time slows down, actually. Alright, we can finally get the first one here. You noticeably more ammunition when crafting. We'll take that one. I hate when I stutter. Mama. Alright, what do we do? What do we do with the drunk sailor?
Time grows short, so let me weave one last story to bring us out into the night.
What I don't get is, why is it so cold?
Because it's winter!
We're going to like the answer.
The fuck? Oh shit, we don't have one. Hello?
Cal, be careful.
Of what? Oh man. Oh, it's more deep ones. Hey! Woo! That was a bit too close, brother. How does he snipe so fucking good, dude? Did it die? Oh, it died. Oh, that's bad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Got it? Wait. Hi, Nami! How you doing? Alright. That should have done it. I don't have an APC pen. ERC, I mean.
This seems important.
I got it. Oh, ERC pen! Fuck yeah. Let's go back. Let's go back. We gotta go back. Say what? I can't go back. I need to like go around. You just jump here? Alright, never mind. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm trying to complete this game tonight. Hopefully I can. I don't think so, however, but you know. I am close though, I am close.
Cal, look.
It's a very good game.
Everywhere we go.
Thank you.
it's
How are
more
you doing?
Damn eyes. What the hell are they?
Not what. Who? A face pressed against the window. 𝗙𝗆𝗨𝗃.
That means the slithers serve it or worship it.
And they're bringing it my body. They must need a dreamer. As an offering?
It looks more like a key.
Oh, Cal.
What does it say?
The professor called it the eternal birth. But he meant...
Time was dawn.
the arrival of 𝗙𝗆𝗨𝗃. The end of the earth. This is bigger than you and me, Cal.
No, it isn't. Nothing's changed. We just need to get your body and get out of here.
Alright. Thank you for that, but it's your time. No! Good. Do that. Wait, no, there's a fucking room here. Perfect. Put that in there. Frozen pizza, yummy. I love frozen pizza. I feel like it's underrated. I love it. There are like really good brands of frozen pizza that basically taste like the real deal. Overrated? Oh my god. Wait, is for chest thing? Cookie can be pretty good, right? We used to have these like miniature like pizzas in France. They were like tiny, like plate-sized kind of. They were kind of oval shaped. And my dad would buy a lot of them, and I love the cheese one. So I would put it in the microwave it until the cheese melted and it was like cooked, and then I would put mayonnaise and spread it over it. Oh, that's so good. It was one of the best flavor combos. What? Not that bad. You're a more wild creature than 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗹𝗀. Hello, what the fuck? Nah. Have you had Hellman's mayonnaise though? Like not, I hate restaurant mayonnaise. I hate restaurant mayonnaise. The mayonnaise where it's at, it's Hellman. You need to try Hellman's mayonnaise. Fairness, if you had Eldritch powers, you would create a vile penis hookworm? Hell yeah, I would. That's awesome. Anime was a no-go? Okay, but you can't say you hate something until you've tried it, though. That's just against the law. So if you haven't tried Hellman, you need to try Hellman. Fucking hell. What is that? I don't know, I try to live open-minded when it comes to trying stuff. That's why I try it once or twice before I make my opinion about it. Oh shit. Open the door! I mean, it's to each their own in my opinion. I just won't validate someone's opinion unless they've actually like properly tried something. But it's to each their own. That's why I don't trust anything DJ says, because he hates everything except chicken and nuggets. Wait, chicken and nuggets? Chicken and fries. Hi, Frost. That is why I was willing to try the pepper again. Because I haven't had it in like 10 years. So I was like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'll try both flavors. And if I don't like it, then I don't like it. Ah! God, I hate this thing! Fucking die! Holy moly! I'm gonna fucking die. Man, okay. Man, fucking leave me alone! Oh my god, I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna fucking rage. Did it finally die? I'm pissed off with this fuck ass room. Is it finally over? Am I free? I'm free!
An elder thing's necropolis.
Incredible. I never dreamed we'd be so lucky.
Ah, shit. I need to go around and out. If I often sit on my leg? I mean, it depends. I do sit on my foot a lot, but then I started getting like a actual wound from doing it. So I was like, I'm gonna try not to do that.
What is that?
Luckily, this game gives you like infinite stuff whenever you're in a boss fighting room or similar. Kinda nice. Bony ass, would you have to wound your foot with that? Well, it's not about that. It's more the chair having a rougher texture, and then it's like grinding back and forth on my foot. And then creating like a rash, kind of. I don't know, then it's not the rash, that's the right like choice of word, but... Friction! Yeah, friction wound. It's the friction wound. Yeah, I started getting a friction wound on my foot. And that's when I stopped kind of doing it. As damage time is pierced. Shut up. I can actually create. Oh. Fuck. There we go, let's go. Yo, it's a D. I don't fucking know how many sides. Wait, there's a. Oh, I gotta mash the sides. Are you kidding me? I accidentally rotated it too much. Won't that switch for everything though? I guess not.
It's working.
Oh, here we're going to the butthole again. It's dangerous of lying in bed and for a long time too. Can create pretty bad bed sores from crevices to the sheets. It's true. That's why if a person is in a coma, then nurses and shit have to go and like turn them and like make sure they don't lay still. Schedule turning the patient in different positions. Dude, I can't imagine how they found out that they had to do that. Turning him over like a rotisserie chicken. Ah.
Okay, shall we?
Ready when you are, dear.
I've been transported.
Cal, I can sense my body in there.
Water.
How do we get inside?
Need a boat.
What are you doing here?
It's Migo.
As herald of the timeless dawn, I must act.
Oh, how nice of you!
How?
You just fucking spawned in a boat.
Don't look a gift horse, I guess. Let's go.
As herald of the Project Zombo server, I must act. Spelled chicken.
Would you ever have guessed this is what our future held?
I'm hungry.
Not a chance.
Hey Link, could you do me a favor and look up how much I have left of the game approximately? Because I'm wondering if it's worth pushing or if I should save it for tomorrow.
Another couple years working at the university, make my way up to full-time, keep putting a little aside from each paycheck. Keep supporting you and your work, you know, however you need it. Research, muscle, connections, anything. And I thought, one day I'd take the savings from those paychecks and walk it over to Eken Jewelers and buy a ring.
They were 100% together.
I'd come
They were
home,
just not married.
cook you dinner, get out the wine, and then we were gonna have a big fight about you not wanting to get married.
Cal.
And I was gonna lose the fight, and that was gonna be okay.
Bones food? Ah, yummy,
Because
please.
I knew we'd still be together anyway. That was the future I wanted.
I don't know what to say.
$15 minutes? Okay, well, let's do it then.
Faye? What's wrong?
Let's start the ad. I'm gonna start the ad and we take a little pause here. Alright, ad break, but I'm gonna pause until yeah, that's it. Until. Pause, 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 pause. Ah, you fun. Why they call me the deep one. Actually, I'm gonna go piss in the meantime then. Be right back. I'm back! I fucking hate this song, so it needs to get out of my vicinity. Alright. Alright, it's time.
That's the thing, Cal. Nothing is wrong.
I did.
We're off to fight a monster, to stop a god, to save my body and the world, and nothing is wrong.
What do you mean?
The moment I clapped eyes on you, I had questions. Who was this handsome stranger? How did he end up at the university? When I met you, I soon learned of your intelligence, your courage, your wit. The questions kept piling up. Where did he come from? What could we do together? And why is he smiling at me with such fervor? And where my life was once filled with stultifying men, I at last found someone bursting with color and giddy abandon. The places we've been, the things we've done, every new discovery, every question we pursued. Nothing was off limits. Everything was possible.
Faye.
In truth, I was never afraid of being alone. But I was afraid of being enough. And you push me, encourage me, you make me more. So permit me one more question. Calvin Rafferty, will you marry me?
Of course I will. I love you, Faye.
She's doing this to cover up the fact that she made a pact with a fucking god.
More than anything.
Backhanded bitch! And he's too fucking blind to see it.
I'll prove it with a kiss.
You'd better.
Oh, my PC shot itself. Love it. Are you guys ready for the final boss? Like the actual final boss, I'm guessing? Oh yeah, definitely. Do you see how much fucking ammo I just got? And new inventory space too? Holy shit! Oh my god, there's so much shit. What am I gonna do? I got so much ammo. They really gave everything. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, it's a pre-boss fucking stockpile per usual. Hi Becca, how you doing? Are you ready for the final boss? I'm gonna put everything in the storage so it doesn't like disappear or anything. I wish they would stack the life kits and stuff. Wait, they weren't greedy with the fucking items you got at the end though. Holy shit. There's a lot of fucking shit, dude. I'm playing on normal. What the fuck? Stop dissing me. Ew, there's so many worms. Oh, look at it! Ew, that's disgusting. Looks like it has a bunch of dicks in his face. Crackers with the drop of ketchup.
You got it coming.
Slither Prime. What the fuck?
Watch out!
There's a fucking worm tornado. Ow.
Hit summon Slither!
Aye. Holy fuck, I need to dodge that somehow. Okay, I need to shoot that faster. I need to shoot that faster, Yenny. I need to shoot that faster. To switch weapons, bro.
Are you injured?
Okay, that's bullshit.
Nice shot, Cal.
Alright. Like, I'm gonna die due to that one fucking thing. And that's that I can't switch weapons enough to shoot it. What the fuck?
It's absorbing energy from the slither. Kill them!
Ah!
Shoot the flying ones! It's regenerating!
But fuck off! Aye.
Careful! It's doing something new.
Oh fuck me. Okay. Yeah, I can't shoot. Ah, yeah. How the fuck do I avoid that? Ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but no shit. Okay. No, no, no. I'm gonna die, bro. I'm gonna die. I don't have anything to heal with. I could have removed this to get another inventory slot.
Careful!
Oh. Oh well. I just wanted I'll revive, but it's annoying. There's shit on the floor! I'm trying to reload! It's very easy to dodge. I just need to time it. Alright. Buddy. Men stay still för i helvete! Fan, jag shottar. Oh shit, I'm gonna get hit by this wave. my god, I'm fucking pissed with this boss. Ayuda. Stop being a bitch! Bitch! I'm a kick! What is this?
Don't let it hit you!
Oh, great.
Watch your step! Don't let it hit you! Please be careful! Got this. Tell me you're fine.
I'm okay.
Careful!
Oh! Dude, piss off. I'm so annoyed! Do you see my pain right now?
Watch out! Whirlwind incoming!
Die! Yeah! Wow! Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah. Boom.
Yes.
First try!
We did it!
You and me, baby doll.
Ew.
You and me. Now let's get this over with.
Phase 2, bro. I swear. Of course, we need to fucking slow-mo walk all the way over there.
Are you alright? That was some fight.
Phase 2 marriage. Both of you had the same thought.
Cal, wait.
What?
The ritual takes something from you, and I don't think you're well enough.
We don't have a choice.
Let's just get my body and leave. Do the ritual another day.
Every second you're like this, Faye, we're in danger. And not just us, either.
Yes, remembering measuring
world.
suffering.
I don't want to lose you.
I know.
There we go. Doesn't want to lose the pack. No, I don't trust her at all. If I can propose to me just to cover up the fact that she
Selfish,
made the pact.
greedy, and uncultured. All of my best qualities are thanks to you. So when I'm about to do something noble for the woman I love, for my fiance, consequences be damned.
He's thinking about his
Take the
PPM.
compliment. Jag satta 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗴 𝗙𝗆 You ready?
What?
Since the
Yeah, I
day we
told
met.
you.
The Dreamlands. It worked. I'm a dreamer? I'm a dreamer.
Hey, I don't...
What? Calvin!
Please, not him. Take me. Just let him live.
I'm fucking your dad!
System says 𝗙𝗵𝗃 now has resubbed for 23 months
Thank
with
you,
message
Nina,
almost
for
2 years with a
23
sticky.
months.
I mean amazing. Yeah, amazing seal. 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏. DT Nina. 23 months of seal stench. You're basically nose blind now. Stinky is the fragrance of greatness. D Gens. Bless your blubber loyalty. Almost 2 years and still here. You win infinite bottom points. M.
Yay! Thank you. I'm not stinky.
Honor your word.
Faye?
Wait, what? I'm back here?
Faye!
What, this is all a fucking dream? Wait, is looping back? I'm confused. What the fuck is going on? Wait, what? Oh, that's what happened, isn't it?
I thought I was saving you.
It was a flashback, right.
I died. And you saved me.
That's why you're getting worse. The ritual is pulling my soul out of you.
I don't care. We have to finish it.
I did not sacrifice myself for you, just so you could play the hero and undo it.
I don't want you to die, Faye.
Neither did I.
Fuck it.
What?
You can hear me, can't you? You know what we want.
Wait!
A physical body. A life together. Give us that, and we'll give you what you need.
Calvin, there are people here. A whole city.
It's flooded. It's full of monsters. Anyone still living here has made their choice. You asked me to marry you, Faye. I want to be with you. To have and to hold, don't you?
I do.
So do we have a deal?
Oh shit! the? Ah, I love my ears. Roper? Should have some worms.
Goodbye.
Oh.
I can feel again. Cal!
Look at that eye, though.
Calvin?
Oh, shit.
I love you.
You knew this would happen. No. You orchestrated it. Our every moment, every sacrifice was inevitable.
A whole
You
new
used our
world.
love against us. Oh, no, 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 no! Cal!
Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? Me when I eat too much oil. Thank you. Wow. We did it! That was a great game. That was a great fucking game. I really enjoyed that. That would have the scare factors, it had cool fucking monsters and lore and shit. Really, really cool. Yep, she did not betray him. I thought so. It was implicated that she did? Implied. It was implied that she did, but she actually didn't. What happened in the end though? I don't get that. Like, did she just accept the fate? Like, this is I don't know if this is like the true canon ending or not. I don't know if this is a true canon ending or not. Or if there's a new game plus with like a secret ending. Three endings? Well, I can check if there's new game plus for you, DJ. Hi, Marco! Clear time 12 hours. Manual saves 95. Your rank is initiate. What does that mean? Accuracy 81%. Hits taken 362. Continued after death 6. Health items used 100. Revised by Nightshade 3. Enemies killed to 85. You have 3 game slots. 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗋, what is that? Yeah, this seems to be New Game Plus or something. Look. It's like... Oh, it doesn't even say New Game Plus, it's just 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗋. What the fuck? The second playthrough at least. I won't be doing that, but I could quickly check it out. Oh! With the rewards you can... infinite ammo? On the second playthrough you can have infinite ammo? Oh, and here you can unlock the other weapons like directly. And also effects to your profile. And you can buy outfits too. And lights on your flashlight? And concept art. Oh. I don't know how to get this one, but maybe you can buy it. Looks cool. This one is also cool. Initiate or higher. I don't know. Chosen one. There's a chosen one ranking. Did I get the lowest? I got the lowest fucking ranking! What the fuck? Man. But there's all these achievements you can get here. Well, that was a good game. I don't know if I'll play this a second time. I'm gonna be real because I don't usually do that because I lose interest that way, but I can definitely look up the other endings quickly. Sinking City 2. All ending. Normal. Ah, the normal ending is the bad ending. So I got the bad ending. Oh. Or go back. I mean, yeah, maybe, yeah. This just this is just the ending I just got. I don't think anyone has done the other endings. Am I crazy? Because all bosses plus end. Okay, yeah, do it. Alright, hold up. Eileen's gonna send me the video. la 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 la. All right. Let's see. Oh, here ending the Holloway Manor.
No, that's
There's a DLC. Hold up. Wait a minute. DLC. There is a DLC, the Holloway Manor. There isn't more endings, but this adds to the story. It did get a DLC at release, I just didn't get it. I didn't know. It costs money. On the cliffs, Holloway Manor keeps at its low. What are you? Is it worth playing that? No, it costs an extra 13 euros. Bro. Why did Jedi the Fallen Order have a fucking update? Well, 50 euros plus.
No, it seems to be.
No, it's not a different ending, it's just a side mission in game.
I mean,
It's apparently like more of a side mission. It's not like a different ending or anything. There's one ending to the game? Why did someone say there's 3 endings then? Why are you lying? The first game has 3 endings, this one has 1. So the first game has 3 endings. Alright. It is time to end. I'm gonna end a bit earlier today. But I'm probably... Hi! Oh. Yeah, it's your fault, Juke. Everyone blame Juke. Hehe. But thank you guys for hanging out today. We have 14 hours left, soon to be 16 because we're gonna add 2 hours. Hi! Hi, T-Dog. Don't forget to claim your daily fishes if you haven't yet. You always said when I just get back. Ooh, I'll be back tomorrow. Wait, how's the wheel doing? Ooh! Anyone want to take the honors to spin it? Anyone want to be responsible? Okay, Juke's gonna... Okay, if it's minus time now, I swear to God. Juke, Juke doesn't want Timer-kun to live, I think. I think you have a grudge. I think you need to let go of that grudge, buddy. I think you need to let go of the grudge. Yeah, maybe seek a therapist for that. I don't know. But I had a lot of fun. We completed the game. I probably won't be playing the DLC, I think. I'm gonna continue playing Star Wars tomorrow, probably. Yeah. Me and I think they're gonna dub more stuff on Saturday, by the way. Saturday evening, I've decided. So look forward to that. Yeah. We're gonna do some like series and stuff and animes too this time. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream and you enjoyed the ending of the game. Tomorrow we're gonna have Jam Friday tomorrow, but we're wait, after Jam Friday, I wanna play a bit of Star Wars, and after that, I wanna play some more Project Zomboid on stream. We're probably gonna play Project Zomboid off stream tonight, FYI. This story looks great. I'm not really into actually playing them myself. Honestly, I feel like I get you on that, because a lot of games I like watching more than I like playing. You know? So I get you. That's why I'm here. I'm here to be your guinea pig. Yay. But Seal Edition. Alright. I'm super fucking hungry, so I'm really looking forward to eating dinner. I think we should rate 𝗏𝗏, by the way. 𝗏𝗏 is, 𝗏𝗏 is playing Narcosis, I think. Oink oink. But I mean, do you want to add the 2 hours, or should I? Okay, I'll add them. Let's see. Do this. That should have been 2 hours. What's for dinner? I'm just gonna make the same dinner as yesterday. It's just gonna be beef tenderloin, pasta, like spaghetti, with chanterelle mushroom, and like a sauce with it. I would have made some games I watch any play because cost me to buy them myself. Hell yeah! I'm an influencer. I'm such an influencer. Yippee! Barbecue pizza with chicken? Yummy. Ew, influencer? Oh, my bad. What are you gonna say next? The I word? I can't say the I word. We have the J word, we have the I word, we have the G word. The G spot! 40 leftover pizza? Not that bad. Influencer, I hardly know her. Alright. Bonus gift to subs is still gonna be here for another week, by the way. Until the 27th of August at 7 PM. 27th of August at 7 PM. So it's gonna be a lot of time until then. Other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh. I'll see you tomorrow for... I will see you guys tomorrow for Jam Friday. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow for Jam Friday and more Star Wars and Project Zomboid. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hold on. Let me start the raid and shit. I forgot how to stream. Wait. So the city is cursed. I think game is good. Yeah, I like the game. Welcome in, Kriko. Please join the Discord, by the way, if you haven't yet. It's the best way to keep up with stream and notifications and joining our game nights if you want to. But most importantly, it's important to keep up with anything that happens with stream. It goes there. So go. Alright, that's all. Now we're gonna raid 𝗏𝗏. Give 𝗏𝗏 a bunch of love burgers. Goodbye! Goodbye! See you tomorrow! Love you guys! Yeah, yeet. I'm so sorry. Claim your daily fish if you haven't! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 Shirley. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. Bada bada bee ba do ba ba dee da ba da ba da.